Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Iron Agenda. Hello. Hope you are doing. Whoa, why am I there? I'm stuck. Oh, there it is. I'm back. Don't worry about it. Hi. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I'm gonna play Poke. Oh wait, no. Wait, I checked. Wait a minute. It's Mario Kart, but I didn't see. Okay, I need to go. Oh god, where's the disc? An early be right back. I'm gonna go get the disc real quick. I forgot. Alright, give me a few minutes. Alright, give me a few minutes. Okay. Okay. I got it. Sorry. I didn't check. No, yesterday they were having fun with Mario Kart, alright? Hey, Mario Kart is great. I may even play Mario Kart someday. Even. Yeah, it's great. Let me change the disc real quick. Is it disc? Alright, there it is. Okay, I'm just gonna. Oh god, I have no nail. My nail, I just cut them. How do I open this one? I might have to get something sharp. Buy? No, don't buy, Ion. Don't buy. No. Does this work? I have no nails. This is something else, man. Alright, let me just. I can't. Ooh. I swear I'm super. I swear I'm super ready today. Why can't I open it? Yep. This is pure Kobo shenanigans going on. Ah, there it is. I can open. Nice. Okay, good. Nice. I got it out. Okay, here's Mario Kart. Yep. Gonna love all the yip noises. Oh. And then you have some Monster Hunter ones. Really cool. Okay. I got Pokemon Scarlet. I wonder if I can like finish all the gyms today. I think I only have one gym left. I have one gym and two Team Starbase, I think. Yeah, one gym, two Team Starbase that I need to deal with today. Maybe. Okay, there it is. I got it. I am so ready for this. God damn. Alright, let me just put Mario Kart back. Hey, someday I'll play Mario Kart. Game's fun as hell. I do plan on buying Super Smash Bros. Just because I'm a fighting game guy, alright? I love playing fighting games. Hi Turquoise. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Good time zone. I should close something. Then let me close this. I mean, it's not using a lot of my PC since streaming with Switch is like actually. It feels nice on my PC, to be honest. Okay. Mama. Okay. Right. Thanks, Ion. Thanks. Hi, Essie. Flops? Must be a rough day, huh? For the small avatar last week, I thought there was Gumi on your head. Sorry about that. Hey, don't. It's okay. Don't be sorry about that. It is one of my second Eastern Dragon character that I made on 2018. I could show you the picture. I have a very not so good reference sheet that I drew on 2018. Let me see if I can find it.
Hey, hello. Cannot understand. Where are the subtitles?
Oh, okay, subtitle. Okay. Wait. Easty. Okay. Make sure it's not visible for now. I need to find a picture. I only have one monitor to work with. This is still new to me. Right, give me a second. It should be around here. There it is. Okay, let me open up subtitles as well. Doot. Thanks, stop. Also welcome in. Oh my god. Apply alpha in linear space. Let me just transform fit to screen, I guess. Okay, I found a picture here. It's gonna block everything, but here. I can make it bigger. I can block myself for now. So this is what I drew on 2018. So you can see that I drew this. I drew this when I first. Thanks, Turquoise. I drew this when I first started university back then. I was like, I kind of want to make a Eastern Dragon for myself. It's like, yeah, why not? Right? Why not? Right? So I drew this on. I actually drew this on a sketchbook. And colored with poster color, and then just like scan it with like a phone scanner. Yeah, something like that, and just like put it on PC. And then I actually have a fan art as well. Like I believe Reginald did this. Yeah, Reginald drew like my first Ling Long fan art. This one. Like that. Reggie drew this the first time. It's oh my god. This is pure gremlin energy and I love it. This is great. That's cute. Thanks. I mean, I love dragons a lot. I knew this from like a lot of years back. I love dragons a lot. So this is also why I made a dragon character for myself. And afterwards, like, hey, I like snake as well. Why not make a snake? And then now I'm a kobold. So, yeah, there we go. A lot of changes, but not necessarily changed at all. These are all like my characters, so I'll just like use all of them at once. So there you go. That's my second character. Like kobold is like my fourth, but the fourth, and I don't think I'm gonna make any more since. 4 characters. Also, excuse that I'm keep looking at this way. I keep looking at this way because my screen is this way now, and the screen here. I have 2 monitors, by the way. The screen here is the game screen for Switch, so it's like it's a little bit weird for me to like. I don't know. I'm just gonna play Pokemon Scarlet. It's fine. I just normally flop, not here usually because it might cause an earthquake. Wow. I mean, fair enough. Don't cause earthquake. Kobold might just leave. I'll leave. Can I just shrink myself real quick? Okay. I've shrunk. Can I not? Can I? I don't want boxes though. I mean, actually, I want box. It's fine. Box is good. Here, I got Scarlet too. Let me just. Oh my god. Let me just close this real quick. And my controller I think my controllers still have... I hope they recharge my controller's battery. I mean, I hope so anyway. Oh yeah, you have to excuse the construction noises though. You know what? I should send them and I forgot there's like constant construction going on for months now because my house is going through like a huge renovation. Let me just open back up the music real quick. Let me just explain some short things, alright? Just a little short explanation. Here, let's get back this music. Okay, and then let me send picture to myself real quick. I'll be using Telegram. I feel like Telegram is much easier. So I did take a picture of like a construction going on just right outside of my room. They're trying to make a new room out of the space that we have outside. So yeah. So that's why there's like a bunch of excavators going on, like going biggity bang bling outside. Safe message. There it is. Oh god, I have in one screen. This is so weird. Okay, let me hide this. Oh god, I cannot. Okay, there. This. See, this is just right outside my house. It's like, oh god, what's going on? So this has been going on for a while now. The gate is almost done, right? At the left of my house. Now they are just trying to renovate this part of my house, make it into like a heckin' room. Yeah, we're just gonna make it to a room. For what reason, I don't know. My dad wants it to be that way. Sure. I have no idea what's going on, but hey, I'll take it. More room. Right? It's pretty good. It's always nice to have like a change, a renovation for houses. It's always for the better. And also I think that in the future, in the very, very near future, the house is gonna change a little bit as well, since I'm still living in a wooden house, believe it or not. I still live in a wooden house, alright? And there's like termites going on in the house lately. For the past few years. Hi Brian. I'll moisturize, I will. Thank you, Duff. Wait down. Hope you're doing good, Brian. Oh my god. So yeah, wooden house, I'm gonna change it. At least... Oh my god, help! Ow. I just drink. I have been moisturized, ED. You know, this is what I get for not putting cooldown. It's fine. I'm not gonna drown myself. I'll pay it for it. Pay it for it. Yeah, I drink a little bit for this one. Just saw the hydrate. All good, all good. Also controller. How do I check controller power? No, not like that. Is it just me or is there a huge delay? Oh, that's a fucking huge delay. Stop! I'm gonna drown. I think I know how to fix this.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep. Oh my god. that yip will forever be so loud. Is it color space?
Yep.
It looks okay now, right? It doesn't look like a lot of... Yeah, not much delay now. Is there? No, right? Yeah, it looks good. The sound and everything looks good as well. Like, okay. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, I don't know why it has like, I don't know why it has a lot of delay just now. Controller, oh my god, it's not on full. It's fine. I'm sure my controller can handle under the 6 hours. I think. It's fine. Let's go Pokemon Scarlet too. Also, I have my sister's account here. So whenever she buys a game in Nintendo eShop, I can download them to play as well. Cheats. I am absolutely cheating. My god. I think I just have my earphone on very loud, that's why. It's fine though. All good. I forgot what I was doing. Where am I? Oh. Did I do the jump? You want me to speak Chinese? Okay. I'll do it. Here, let me set a timer real quick. Timer is this. Also, I think that's Chinese. Yeah. Chinese. But nah, I think I'll move the timer a little bit to here so that it doesn't block me too much. There we go. I just opened up the timer. Sorry! It's loading something, that's why it's doing this. Don't you love it when my PC is loading something and then the sound just like breaks? So if you guys hear any like construction noises that goes like biggity bangity boom, don't worry about it. It's just like construction going on outside. I think it's like there. This should be it. Okay, there we go. A few seconds more, I'll take it. OK 啦，我讲会了。如果你们听不懂的话，你们怪 Ion 就好了。啊，现在你们听不懂的话，不是我的问题哦哈。这个是 Gym 来的哈，还是我已经打掉了哦？诶，哦，我打掉 Gym 了哈。哎呀，惨了，我都忘记了。我竟然把 Gym 打掉，我都忘记了。等下这什么 Gym 来的？它是什么 type 呢？啊，我都忘记是什么 type。理解。天哪，那如果这样的话，我就剩下2个 Team Star 要打而已咯，不在很远呢。一个在最高，一个在最右边呢。I mean 应该没有问题的。要过去的话，我也觉得也是飞过去也 OK 了。一讲真，我也觉得我差不多把整个 map，走完了。哦，这个是champion 啊 ，OK， 不要啦，不要 champion 先了，给我打完 Team Star 先。这边有一个跟最高这边 Starbridge Ferry，Oh my god！ 哎，我的全部是龙 type， 哎，惨哦！如果我全部是龙 type 去打那一个也是很惨的。这样啊，我从这边跑去上面也不会很远啊吼，或者我可以从这边哦直接直上来到这边就可以了。我从 Lavencia 开始走啊，哦 ，Lavencia， 这Lavencia 啊，这边。 还不习惯呢。要按 A 是吧 ？A 是 O 的位置，我平时是按 X 来 confirm。可能玩太多 Tekken 了，不知道。它尾巴很粗诶，这一只超可爱的。啊，爱死他们了。哦，我可以把它带出来哈。它尾巴很粗诶。哦，它比我想象中还要慢很多诶。哎呀，不要讲这个 game 不好了，是不是 ？Pokemon interaction 的话，其实这个 game 做的还是很好的。要往这边跑，你有一点慢哦。最快是几架啊？啊，几架跑最快，几架好像还可以跟这一只来赛跑过。看到没有？OK， 那一起跑。All vibes you're understanding right now. It's fine. It's only for 4 more minutes. Don't worry about it. I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the Chinese that I speak is informal as well. Malaysian Chinese, if you will. Malaysian Chinese. OK 啦，总之我去找 Team Star 先了哈。有的话，我觉得我有经过 Terra 也顺便打一下咯，是不是先 ？I mean free item 呢？这个coin要干嘛呢？我还不懂哎。我不懂还要干嘛咯，这一只。反正我拿钱。我希望你一切安好，谢谢。其实我也希望我一切都安好了哈。那你们也是咯，希望你们一切都很好的，一路顺风，全部东西都做得美美的。感谢。什么鬼啊？什么鬼啊？本来一星哎呦，一星的话，哎呀随便啊，拿我的，哎呀拿塞拉这过去 kiss 他一下就好了。Still have no idea what you're replying. Well, you wish me all the best, and I wished you all the best back as well to all of you. Something like that. Yeah. 不是穷来的，不是穷来的。哦，是那个站门啊，阿杜，我烧掉你啊！等，我可怜，可怜。我还蛮喜欢这只蚱蜢的，抓它了，抓爽。不这样，我觉得这只蚱蜢还蛮可爱的。哦，很帅啊，这个。你看，其实他眼睛很可爱诶。Sorry, I'll speak English. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes of this thing. It's so adorable. It's almost like this grasshopper is like constantly crying or something. Gosh, that's so adorable. I love this grasshopper. So good. Honestly, I love going for Terra raids. 还有30秒怀疑周末我讲英文。Terra raid 其实很爽啊，可以拿很多东西。I mean 拿很多东西的话，我应该也是觉得拿比较多 EXP candy 我也是爽，讲真。哇，没有来过这边，也没有哦。诶，诶，在哪里啊？我要找那个蚯蚓。no， 那个蚯蚓啊，我很喜欢那个蚯蚓啊，真的是。哦，Chinese is gone. Okay, okay. No more Chinese from me, so that you guys can understand me once more. Don't worry about it. There you go. Newly evolved Pokemon with some target practice? Wow. Pokemaniac? Oh shit. I am kind of at a disadvantage here. Well, level-wise, not. I'm just gonna claw you. Oh! Cool beans, thank you. You the best, Jack. You the best. So newly evolved, he doesn't know how to battle? No, don't say that. My favorite dragon Pokemon. That was close. I know, right? Gosh, I could have died there. Oh, that was all skill. How fast do you go? Kinda fast. Look at this unit. Look at this unit. Let's go, you and me. Why are they walking like in between? Cannot control my speed to be exactly the same as Hexor's. That's sad. They made the interaction between me and the Pokemon so good in this game. Oh, do you guys think that I should go to school? Because there's school in this game, right? I only went to school once and then I just never went back. What's the point of going to school? I mean, go to school in real life, it's important. At the same time, it can be kind of painful. But in this game, I don't know if I want to go to school. Nah, I don't need to. I'm good, I'm good. College dropout here, no idea. Oh god. It's the worm! It's the worm again, look at that. The fuck? Why is it thundering when the sun is out like this? It's the worm. I cannot get a good angle. It looks wrong. Sorry, I just love the worm so much. It's like, it's definitely up there. Hot take: The right Pokemon is the dumbest thing ever. True. Which makes Koraidon the best Pokemon. You know, Koraidon is like the best legendary. Hot take? Is that a hot take or a cold take? It looks so stupid. I love him so much because it looks so stupid. all he wants is sandwiches. That's how stupid it is, and I love him to bits. He just wants your sandwich. He just wants food. And it looks so good. Like this, the wings. Yeah. Definitely up there. Like, of course, there's Zekrom and Reshiram. Like the hottest legendary Pokemon out there. But then there's like Xerneas, which is like the mythical Dur Pokemon. It's the worm with no brain. Oh god, I love you so much, Worm, please. God damn it, man. Oh my god. Why is so good? It's Dag. Oh my god, you're right. It's Dag. It's actually Dag. It has the Adam's apple the size of a tire. I don't know what you call that back wheel though. It's an Adam's apple. Eat the sneak. It's actually a worm, but it's so dumb. No head empty, no thoughts. God, oh, hey. I'm sorry. That's the best design, peak worm design Pokemon, like right there. Oh my god, it's a peak Pokemon design right there. Take notes. Where's spitting? Yeah, that looks about right now. Bump on your throat. Oh, that thing? Hold it. My mouth's getting all gritty. Ooh. I must have missed this part. Oh, I'm sorry, Flower. You wanna know what skill is? Like that pure skill. Gosh, what a close battle. I could have died there. Donphan? Ooh, shit. Donphan? I don't know about that. I'm scared. I'm scared. Gosh. Get destroyed. Whoa, how many Pokemon have? Masquerain? Looks like, sounds like a water Pokemon. If it's a fairy type, I'm dead. Whoa. Oh, thank goodness it's not a fairy type. So if I want your sandwiches doesn't make me cute, I look stupid too, I swear. Stop, that's cheating. That's cheating. I mean, you have to look like this. Like that. I mean, Koraidon looks great. Albeit a little bit dumb, but hey, I love Koraidon to bits. Like, if there's a Koraidon plushie out there, you know I'm gonna get it. If I have the funds. Broken swords, hey? Cobaltmon, gotta cuddle them all. I wanna cuddle and give the head pets cause Cobaltmon is my game. Wow. Hey, you're gonna offer some shiny before you can lure the Cobalt to you're gonna lure the Cobalt your way. Gonna have the goods, know what I mean? I'm so greedy.
Ooh, shiny.
Hmm. Hi, Pinky. I'll put some poo noodles on my head. Poo noodle on your head. I mean, if it works, it works. I can't. Me needs more sleep. It's becoming a problem again to wake up. Go here, hoy. It's okay, Pinky. If you need sleep, definitely go for it. Sleep very important. 2-star horse? Oh, donkey? I think it's a donkey. I'm just gonna kill it. I offer a shiny gold chest full of gems and shinies. Ooh. Oh, now you're speaking my language. Oh god, temptation. I need them shinies though. You know what? Yeah, you talk me into it. I'm in. Gonna get them shinies. Oh no, is that iron? Is that steel type? I can't. What's that steel type? It's fine, just bonk them. Double kick with head. I can respect that. I'm gonna capture Donkey. Yeah, just gonna capture it. Gosh, the music is so good in this game. Like, Pokemon music has always been so nice. Especially the 5th gen. The 5th gen Pokemon is like, to me, the peak. It's like the first introduction to animation. And then the first introduction to dynamic music. Like, so good. I mean, not saying that this game doesn't have any dynamic music. It has. It's full of dynamic music, like this one. Dog. Wait, Bubble. Are you gonna chase me? Oh, I'm trying to take a picture of you, Bubble. Honestly, now that I think about it, I can get shiny and I can get cuddles. Gosh. And I can get head pets? Dude, it's a dream come true. It's such a dream come true. Chinese instrument? Yep. Whoa. I've never been here before. Am I gonna die? Please don't kill me. Whoa, level 50? That's kinda scary. Kinda scary. Get a breaking swipe. Uh-oh. Should have known. This guy's all speed. No! Why? Oh god. Come on, now it's like alang alang. I'm gonna take a few more hits. It's fine. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, one more time. You! I'm just trying to capture you, right? Buddy, I'm just trying to capture you. I mean, that doesn't sound good, but... Bet? Bet. If I don't capture him, I'm dead. I'm doing it. If this fails, I'm dead. Oh, okay, okay. All skill, baby. That's a good-looking bird. Oh, it's a wrestling Pokemon. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Is it something like Luchador or something like that? Yeah, definitely. It sounds like I'm in Chinese territory. Should you use the capture technique of holding down plus B? Is that a thing? If you could have a Pokemon in real life, what would it be? Oh shit, that's a tough one. Only one? Can I have 6 instead, like a Pokemon team? I mean, Noivern is definitely in there. Only one? You were so mean. Oh god. It's either Garchomp is definitely out there, but Garchomp is such a rebellious Pokemon. It could be a little bit catastrophic, but it's worth though. Maybe not Garchomp, or maybe just Gibble. You know, like the baby Garchomp. That or Noivern is up there as well. Salazar could be... Salazar is also up there for different reasons. You know, Salazar exudes a certain pheromone. I'll stop there, alright? Go figure. I don't need to spell it out for you, it's Salazar. So it's either... Noivern doesn't seem like a very rebellious Pokemon, so... Not Noibat though. I don't know about Noibat. Noibat's adorable, but I like Noivern a lot more. Shit. Ah, this is a tough one. Gibble, Salazar, or Noivern? Salazar is more normal, it feels like. You know, there's a lot of Jijak around the house already. I'm thinking Noivern. Look, if I get Noivern, I can fly around Noivern. I can use Noivern to travel. Like, that's a win in my book. I'm getting Noivern. I mean, sure, getting Salazar can have like a very interesting experience in terms of, knowing that Salazar has a certain kind of pheromone. Oh, hi, Wings of Fire. Welcome, welcome. Well, if there's no fly, it literally is made of wings. Look, Noivern is actually made of wings. The main type is flying type. If it doesn't know fly, I still love him. I will still love Noivern. Yeah, don't worry. Look, they're still plain. If you know, when push comes to shove, if Noivern doesn't know how to fly, and if Noivern is too tired to fly, airplane is still a choice. You know, I can just bring Noivern. It's like, hey, come to my airplane. You know, we can go travel the world together without you flying. It's all gonna be good. You can rest your weary wings, and we can travel, something like that. Oh, sorry. Noivern it is. Yep. If I get to choose only one and only one, Noivern. You're getting a magical fictional creature. You get one. Show me. I want 6. Who is that? Oh, it's suddenly gonna rain. Holy shit. It's suddenly thundering when the sun is so harsh outside. What a weird weather. What is that? That's kind of cute. Oh, it's a mantis. Oh shit. Kill. Oh, please don't hit my own teammate. Okay, good. Well, Dob, since you asked me, I'm curious which Pokemon would you pick? Since I picked Noivern. Now you get one, same question back to you. I mean, I guess to all of the chat who wants to answer, honestly. I'm curious about this. Since you only get one, it's such a tough choice. Only one. Out of, like, I don't know, 1,000 Pokemons in this game now? There's like more than 1,000 Pokemons. Oh god. Oh wait, I need to be big. I'm not ready. Oh, look at that. I am now big. I'm... Oh yeah. Hey, I'm just trying to vibe. Also, you will not ask me. I really don't know. I am not updated in games. Last I played was Sapphire and Ruby. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. No worries. No worries. I'm not forcing anyone to answer this. But I'm just curious. It's all. Yeah, I'm small again. That was a good jam session. You look at your screaming. I probably am. Screaming internally. You guys just don't know. I'm screaming internally. It's all of whole lucha here. Who are you? Oh, you're the grasshopper. Oh, stink. Gosh, Roxas is stinky. Low-key toxicity? Will you stream on Wednesday night, by the way? Oh, you mean for the digital event? Shit, I probably will. I'll actually make that. I definitely will. Hi, Narix. Hi, Roxas. Is there a Dratini swimming? A Dratini is running away? Gosh, it's so adorable, though. Hi. Aren't you a bean? How can you not love this game? Like, seriously. Look at this. Yeah. Like, I know there's like a lot of like bugs and shit in this game. But like, being able to take pictures of Pokemons and being able to interact with them in a way, it's almost like a dream come true. Send a screenshot? You mean to Discord, right? Oh, I see what you mean. Just send God to battle them? What? And the piece, what the fuck? You mean get Arceus? Is there Arceus in this one? I don't know. Did you see the Valstrax and Ludroth tweet I sent you? Yes. Very adorable. But you're just bullying Ludroth. That's right, if I see a Valstrax, that's you. If I see a Valstrax, that's you. Kill them! Kill them, Hexorus. This is such a nice feature. Is that Noibat? Is the Noibat scared? Question mark? Oh, don't kill Noibat. Hi. Oh! I didn't know you chased me? No, I'm not killing Noibat. Do you see how adorable this little thing is? Oh, don't freeze my muscle band, jeez. Alright, have fun. Free upsize me, no care. Nuh-uh, I care. I care. That's a little Noibat. But I hear a Noivern somewhere. Yeah, I hear a Noivern just now. That's Noibat. No, I seriously hear a Noivern just now. What the fuck? Nice. Hmm? Who's inside the rock? Yeah, this game is too buggy as fuck. Go! Get him! Good job, good job. You're so strong. You're so strong, Hexorus. You're so strong. Oh wait, these are like small babies. On one side, buggy. On the other, I'm confounded the rock has a floor inside. Oh. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because there's like legit exclamation mark happening inside a rock. I love this game. Gosh. The jank. Climbing. Whoa. Will I be able to kill the Scyther? I should be able to. Yeah. And maybe Q is Ghost type, right? But then the Terror type, I don't know. Oh no, oh fuck, it's a fairy type. Why? I'm dead. I'm all dragon. God damn it. Oh, woof. Oh, oh, wait, I have Lizard. It's a real poison. It's a real poison. Go.
Are you fucking shit?
Kinda. But I'm not simping for Mimikyu. Get out. Yeah. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, does it have SP defense? Yes, it doesn't. Okay, good. You did. Mega Evolution was so much better. I agree. But then I never played XY, so I have no idea. But they look so much cooler than whatever this shit is. Like, this one to me is just like, okay. I mean, this one is just them becoming rocks or crystal. Like, Mega Evolution literally changes the appearance. I think that's way better, personally. Good job, Limzard. Good job. Good job. Alright, no one dies. Good. I'm gonna try to get to the Team Star base as soon as possible. Is it Vaporeon? Need to kill as much as possible because I need to level up my Pokemon. In which way? Which is kinda confused on what's the difference between new forms and Mega is. Appearance wise, I just like Mega Evolution way more than just whatever this shit is. This Terrasterize is just kinda sad. They just make Pokemon become crystals. Whereas in Mega Evolution, you have a whole new appearance. And the activation is way cooler. Like, you have to bond with your Pokemon. It's like, it's time to Mega Evolve, yeah! Something like that. It's like cool. Oh yeah, also the fact that you get to do, well, gameplay wise, you get to do Mega Evolution every once per every battle. Whereas Terrasterize, you can only do it once before you have to go to Pokemon Center and recharge your Terra Orb. It's just a little bit tedious. But yeah, that's about it. Exodus is slow. Never realized that. Mega Evolutions for like extra powerful version of your Pokemon that you could activate. They'll give them a cool new appearance, and in some games we have different game Mega Evolutions. You mean like Charizard, right? Charizard is hard. Charizard X, I think? The one with like blue flame and black skin. That shit is like, oof, so good. Maybe can then get it. To me, the biggest pet peeve would be the appearance change. This one is just crystals. Like, there's literally not much to it. Just crystallized. For me, the line become confusing once they could be turned to Dyna something giants. Oh, I know Japanese name for it. It's like Gigamantaxu? Gigamantax. I mean, it's kind of cool. We have Fat Pikachu. You know, I can't believe they brought back Fat Pikachu. That's like the best thing ever. Remember, like, the first ever Pokemon anime where Pikachu is so fat? I love it so much. Back then we had chunky Pikachu. Now remember Z-type moves. Z-type is Gen 7, right? I mean, I guess that one can be kind of hype. You know, you have to do some pose to get the Z moves. That one's kind of hype. I only know these through anime, so I'm sorry if those are wrong information. But it is from what I've seen from anime. I never played like the after 5th gen. I just don't play the game anymore until this one. So yeah, I skip a few gens in there. Just a few. I mean, like those was clearly different, but still a functional power. Yeah, that move is not that bad to me anyway. Like one giga big boy, holy shit kind of move. I can respect that. That one's pretty cool. That was only a move. I mean, yeah, it has damage, but it was gimmicky for my taste. Fair enough. Mega Evolutions literally could change up the entire strategy. Fair. Because it does. Miso Mega, then Z. So it was cool how they add a unique power per gen. Then Dynamax. And he was confused because we saw no big functional difference to Mega. And they just become huge. Huge, like, chunk Pokemon. And how a Charizard either leans into special or turns to a physical dragon. Oh, you can change that? Alright, my Pokemon is getting strong now. I think I'm ready to take on the Team Starbase. Go get them, Hexorus. You're the stonks. Let's go, Hexorus, so strong. Change what? Change between physical and special. Because I thought each Pokemon only has like one excel in either physical or special. Then again, my knowledge with Pokemon is very limited. Charizard had 2 different Mega Evolutions in X and Y depending on which game you bought, and so did Mewtwo. Oh, Mewtwo had that as well? Oh, is it that weird Mewtwo that looks like a unborn baby, and then there's like a really cool Mewtwo looking? I don't like the unborn baby one. That one just looks weird. Did I catch this before? Nope, alright. This guy is all SP attack, I think. Luxury. Hopefully this doesn't kill. Oh, nice. No, fail. Nice, thank you. Oh, that's actually good. The Swole one is Mewtwo X and the one was Mewtwo Y. Guess I don't like Mewtwo Y. Mewtwo Y is too weird for my taste. It's just kinda what the Charizard does. Evolve, then the stats skyrockets depending on which Mega Stone you gave it. If you have multiple Mega Evolutions per team, it's more complicated. Gleam Eyes Pokemon. It can see clearly through walls and track down its prey and stick its lost young. Luxury is using wall hacks? Gosh. Luxury using wall hacks. I cannot believe it. Ban Luxury from tournaments, please. Literally cheating. No one says anything about it, huh? For I remember, you could only Mega Evolve 1 Pokemon per battle, which is fair. I just see Terrasterize as sucks because Mega is the peak Pokemon alterations, I guess. Oh wait, I haven't caught this one, I think. I haven't caught Haunch Crow. That's it. That's a lot of Pokemon around here. Hello?
Shiny.
But it was cool to have to consider which one you let Mega evolve in battles. So you have choices, right? I just love Gyarados. Gyarados' Mega Evolution just become Chunk. Chunk Gyarados. Unless for some very niche being prepared for multiple scenario simulation, a situation, but me doesn't have one of those handy. Where's that huge tower? Oh, that's Arcane. I thought, like, what is that? That's Noivern. Oh, dog. Dog. Defend. Muscu Papo. That's right. Sludge Bomb? Bottle Cap? I'm gonna take a picture of Noivern. What the fuck? 84, that's half an hour of Chinese. I mean, if you guys don't mind. Will you chase me? Oh, look at Noivern run! Noivern run is so cursed. I love it. Oh my god, Noivern run is the best. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, I love you so much. Here, let me be safe. Here, now I'm safe. You've redeemed 5 times? Oh, you're right. 85, that's like 40 minutes. Have good luck, Pinky. I mean, if you guys don't mind. I mean, even if you guys mind this. Prepare for 40 minutes of pure Chinese. Why would she? Oh, I haven't read Discord yet. Impossible for you to use emotes on the servers? Oh shit. Why is Discord so weird? Alright, 40 minutes of Chinese. This should be it, right? 40 minutes of Chinese. Cool beans, alright. I mean, I'll still switch between English and Chinese from time to time, so don't worry about it. OK， 40分钟可以啊。你们听不懂的话，全部人去全部人抓 Narix 来打就好了哈。A 1。总之，我觉得今天我就是要把那个 Team Star Base 来打掉先咯。诶，讲真，我也是只剩下2个而已。啊，是这边一个跟上面，对，剩下2个而已。OK 的，所以我把那2个打掉过后，我就要去中间了。好像那个 Professor Sada 叫我去这边啊。叫我去 The Great Crater of Paldea， so 可能我过后再过去了。我先把外面的东西做完先，然后再看我要不要直接去。哇，这边 Pokemon 很多，真的。 追我了。看我的 Hexers 几梗，把全部 Pokemon 打到完，爽哦！你看那 EXP 就一直这样加下去。OK， 不要杀 Noibet， 不要杀 Noibet。OK。那 Noibet 太可爱了，不可以杀。Bruh，it's okay, man. I'll change between Chinese and English from time to time. Albeit it will be mainly Chinese. If I have something that's kind of important, then I'll switch around. I should heal.哎，这边开不到，我还以为我可以这样子 heal。OK， 这边算安全的。这边的 Pokemon 够多哦，真的。感觉这边是一个很好圈的地方啊！如果要 up level 的话，应该可以来这边呢。就一直 spam 这些 Pokemon 呢，也不是讲很慢哦。哇，是没抓过这一只。哎，惨 Steel Type 哦。Steel Type 有点辛苦嘞。我就咬它呢。哦，有一点痛。它有很高 defense 吗？好像这一只看起来很硬啊。我试看呢，死掉的话就算了。哎，吐了，真的是。不难有声。可以，现在问题不大了。啊，你还可以再找他。这种好像抓过了，这个好像没有抓过。哦，我抓过了，我可以把你杀掉一下呢。我觉得我冲过去那个 Team Star Base 先。 哎，我已经在 Team Star Base 了。如果我这边接进去，会讲哦。正常的吗？这个？哦，我不应该从这边进是？ Am I not supposed to come in from here? Oh, back up, kid. You can't just casually waltz in here like you're one of the stars that runs the joint. If you want in, ring the bell over the entrance and storm the base like a decent person. I'm just gonna kick me out. Oh, where am I? Where's the entrance? There? Chà, 我要怎样过去那边？你不能够 trigger 哦。那感觉我要绕一大圈才过去的。哎，你不是会打墙壁的咩？哦，这边也是他的 base 啊！哇，他妈，你们的 base 够大哦！喂，阿杜，哎，我 start 了我。我出不去 ，I cannot get out 。I guess I have to run around the rocks here. Okay, fine so far. Fine so far. Okay, just run around the rocks. It's fine. Okay, okay. This should not be their team base anymore. Eh, 有车哦。这是 Steel Type。这是 Steel Type， 哎呀，真的是我吐哦。调教这只出来，可是咬它呢，我就咬它就好了。丽莎，不要死啊！我求你啊！呼呼。Roach 啊，可以可以可以。试试看抓。哎，真的是。别这样啦，给我抓啦！妈，等一下，我的鲨鱼死掉不？可以，OK。Steel poison? Isn't that illegal? Steel poison type? The one that cancels each other. Okay, that's the entrance. Oh no. Did I do it again? What? Excuse me? Hey, Clive. Droxen. Operation Starfall is going well, wouldn't you say? Only 2 bosses left now. This whole experience has been eye-opening, to say the least. I'm glad I could take part. But I'm curious, Droxen, what do you think of Cassiopeia? I don't feel like I can trust Cassiopeia, or like Cassiopeia is their big boss. Know what I mean? I'm saying this in English because it's just how I feel. Because every time I beat a Team Star boss, and then Cassiopeia just be like, oh, name, and it's like, oh, sorry, I've been thinking a lot about them. It's like something like that. It's such a big boss, but I don't think I can trust Cassiopeia. Or to me anyway, I personally feel like I cannot trust Cassiopeia. It's that so. Personally, I don't think Cassiopeia feels any hate or resentment towards Team Star. Possibly. No, there must be some other reason behind Operation Starfall. But what could it be? Because Cassiopeia is their big boss. I'm calling it right now. Well, I'll best get back to keeping watch. Call for me if you decide to take on the base, okay? Thanks, Clive. Oh. Are they gonna chase me? Oh, they're just gonna waltz.不耐有时候真的，Pokemon Go 哦，哟，很可爱哟。对，我觉得我 safe 一下。This is fighting type. Fighting type, I have to use flying, so Bat Dirk is definitely up there. Bat Dirk, Shark Dirk? Fighting type, 我用 flying type 我是赢的啦。Fighting type 好像也怕 Psychic， 可是我没有 Psychic 哎。随便啦，我觉得我应该可以用碾压他们的实力。讲真，我觉得我 Pokemon level 太高了，对他们。可以啦，随便带3个最强的进去就好了。来来来 ，Let's go, let's go. You're pretty skilled. Not many trainers can shrug off my Pokemon's attacks like that. The same to you. Eri, was it? Your Pokemon have clearly spent a lot of time honing their moves. But I'm surprised to find the boss herself out here defending the gates. Oh, don't you trust your grunts enough to put them on guard duty? Watch your mouth. I'm here because I don't want to risk anyone else getting hurt, that's all. What a benevolent boss. Now, if you want to get on with our battle, I'm all ready with my side. Get a closer look. Hi. Who are you? Droxen, there you are. I started talking to this girl since she looked like she was with Team Star. Then she and her Pokemon came at me without warning. We were just battling it out. Riri, I knew you'd be out here. Riri? Hi. Carmen. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, honestly. Now get away from me. Get away from here, it's not safe. I'll take over guarding the base, Riri. You should get back inside. No, I won't back down. I can't. Oh, Riri, you need to stop this. Until the big boss comes back, I have to protect all of you in this capped squad. And everyone else in Team Star too. That's why you should get back to the base and rest up, even just for a little bit. As the boss of this squad, I just can't. Riri, please, I'm your friend. Listen to what I'm saying. Fine, I'll go. I'm sorry, Carmen. Hey, there's no way to sign off. Let me hear... Oh god, I don't want to say that. Is that Hasta la Vista? From you, nice and loud? Oh my god. I'm your opponent now. You two? Come on, I'll take you both down. Shit, that's huge. My Pokemon and I are actually running on empty after that last battle. Sorry to spring this on you, but do you think you could handle this grunt alone? Yeah. Thanks, I'll be cheering you from the sidelines. I'll protect Riri with everything I have. You ready to battle? I'm so ready. Then here I come. They're so respectful. 他们很有礼貌欸。而且这个很帅，其实。这样，那他们开始的时候还有一个星星的符号，这样哇，劲哦！哎呦，他们 level 很高哎！有一点小看他们了。Primate? No, Primate is dead. Woo! The music's high. Oh shit. Endure? Oh, that's not Endure, okay. I lost, but my defeat's not the one that matters. 感觉这个 game 我们在做坏人呢。Even if all I did was to buy Riri a bit of time, that's fine. My job here is done, so I'll head back inside. I'm not saying that. Hasta la vista! I take you defeated the guard out front. That base is run by Team Star's fighting crew, the Cap Squad. Their boss, Eri, is a skilled wrestler and coaches the whole of Team Star in Pokemon battling. Of all the bosses, she'll likely be the most alert to hostilities after our declaration of war. She might try to stop this raid in its tracks by challenging you to battle before anyone else. You're spot on. I knew it. Tell me what happened. She retreated? We're talking about the same area, right? Well, it seems there's nothing for it now but to attack the base head on. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off the phase of the operation. Time to wipe the Calf Squad off the map. I still don't trust... Good, don't touch me. Cassiopeia. Hey man! 不要呢，我只是想要进去而已我已经抓过你了。哦，我死了，真是。诶 ，OK 嘞。那我再 save 多一下。哎 ，Fighting type 打得进 Ghost 吗？Can Fighting type hurt Ghost type? Or is it only just normal type that cannot hurt Ghost type? I don't know. I mean, I don't think Fighting type can hurt Ghost. Beep. Code red, Operation Starfall alert. Everyone get into position and defend the boss with all you got. And rest assured, intruder, we'll deal with you without the boss's help. Unless you manage to beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, that is. Good luck with that. 感谢咯，感觉是没有问题的啦。30 of Team Star's Pokemon. Let's go! Kill! Đá được嗎？可以嘞。這個呢？哦，哇，可以哦。圍㗎啦，圍㗎啦。让你们裂开。其实我觉得这种打 base 的那个还蛮好玩的，虽然只是看他们过去爆告我们一下，他们直接死掉这样的。啊，至少不是像以前这样啊，就是很像一直打锤呢，这种感觉还蛮新鲜的呢。Nice, nice, nice. Doing good, doing good. Like, take a break. Wow, 这个感觉只有一条路而已哦。它不像之前的那几个 map， 就是哪里都可以走呢。现在懂大范围有整个帮 Pokemon 跟你打这样。I don't think we can hold it much longer, boss. Lena. 哇，摔一下哦！Okay, I'm ready. Doesn't matter who you are, I'll bury anyone who tries to take down Team Star. This time, I won't run away. Here. God, the music is so fucking hype, dude. This space is precious to us. I won't let this raid of yours go any further. Alright. 其实我不知道 anticipation 是干嘛的。诶，行啊！不错不错。Anally Ape? That's 我没有听过的 Pokemon。这是新的哈 ？Is this a new Pokemon? Is this the evolution of Primate? I never seen this one before. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh! I give as good as I get, that's a promise. Let's go. Lucario? Lucario is Steel type? I'm switching now. I need Lizard here. Lucario is still fighting, right? Yeah. Since Steel is like the primary one, Fire should work fine. 我又忘记我讲华语了。嗨。哎，强哦！就证明 Lucario 比不过塞拉瑟，好吗 ？Pessimian 也是一个没有听过的，这样都没有听过的 Pokemon， 怪懒真是。用龙type？还是我叫吉甲来。When a Pokemon with anticipation enters the battle or the Pokemon gains the ability anticipation, it causes the Pokemon to shudder. If any Pokemon has a damaging move that is super effective against the Pokemon with anticipation, a one-hit knockout move, or self-destruct or explosion, shuddering has no actual effect, except that the presence of the ability message is meant to provide information about possible move that opponent might have. So basically it's kind of useless then. I mean, I guess. Yeah, it's just a warning. But what does a warning even do? They're just gonna die anyway. It didn't do like it's not that practical. Feels like. 然后我就用这一只报告他就好了。不过我不知道 Pessimian 是谁。猴子？是我的错觉吗？全部那个 fighting type 是猴子哎，猴子有猴子跟猴子哦，哦还有青蛙，一个青蛙，告你，哦，啊你眠了。哎，卡巴拉！等一下，看我可以变大，我变大，看到没有？嗨，卡巴拉！哎，好久不见，你还好吗？你这样跑变 helicopter， 我在这边，嗨。很多声音，现在不好意思。看到没有？不错嘞，这个才是真正的 combo。嗨，卡巴拉，哎，不要这样嘞，我只想换一下 camera angle 啵。好吐啊！我要换。等一下 ，OK 可以啊。你要一我没有问题。还好你嘞，哦 OK 啦，很好。昨晚睡得很好，所以现在还蛮精神的。为什么突然用中文？哎，看到我旁边这边，有人啊，我不知道是谁咯，他 redeem 40分钟的华语啊，我也是 OK 的啦。I mean 讲华语我也很开心咯。虽然整干帮人听不懂啊，可是 OK 咯。没有觉陪你睡啊？你要陪我睡呀、啊？哎呀，我很害羞哎，我怕我会踢人哦。有点痛。So Narix no redeem 一个40分钟的怀疑。那你懂那可能今年的 Forum， 我看叫你们全部陪我一下。没有啦，我也不懂啊，其实。啊，想到有点开心诶。这样硬强了咩？这一只？我裂开来一只 shift gear 啊，他护我直接死了。你继续 shift gear， 你不要护我，很痛哎。哎，完蛋！别我死定了！呼呼！讲真，这个，哎呦，他是 poison type 吗？还是他是 steel 跟 fighting 是啊？哦，他也是 fighting 啦！哎呦，所以这个车不是 steel type 啦。妈，我被骗了！哎呀，我死啊！人家 shift gear 200次啊，我死！哦！天啊，赢了！看到没？就係咁簡單啊！你要加40分鐘啊？我不懂哦。如果是再加一個40分鐘下去，全部人聽不懂哦。I mean， 我不懂。I'm so sorry, everyone. Here comes the backstory. About a year and a half ago. I'm so sorry, I think I went a little too far. Nah, don't worry about it. We're the ones who asked you to put us through some tough battle practice so we can train up. Yeah, but truly you need not apologize, my lady. Thanks to Dai, I forgot how— Oh, Atticus! Atticus is like the ass. Why'd you speak like that? I am making swift strides toward mastering the art of battle. And I could never have evolved my Pokemon without you, Eri. If the big boss said it's thanks to you that we have a fighting chance against our bullies. See? None but gratitude. To us, you are the brightest star in the whole team. Come on, quit being silly. Just one thing. We've been training for 4 whole hours now. I'm totally pooped. You mean totally shit? You already should take a break. I'll go for a run while you rest up. We 4 have each trained in our own turn, but you, our steadfast mentor, have rested not once. I cannot help but worry for thy health. Thank you for your concern, Atticus, but lately I feel like I can take anything, even if I'm really tired or feel like crying. Remember that time we all got together and riffed on the gym badge design to create our very own star badges? Well, I don't know what it is, but just looking at my star badge makes me feel so strong. Like, I want to give it my all. I gave my all, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. You showed amazing strength. Even if the code didn't require me to give it to you, I want you to have this. Eri's cool. I'd like to see you try out my trademark move, too. Here, this one's for you. Close combat? Close combat is good. Also bad, because lowers my defense and special defense. But then it's like one-shot move, probably. I know you're part of Operation Starfall, but I could tell from our battle that you're not a bad person. The way your Pokemon look at you with such trust gives it away. Do me a favor and look away for a moment. This is a bit much for you to take. I just really... Yeah. It's tough. Looks like it's all over. This is a Team Star member you battled at the gates earlier. I asked her to come along for a talk. So what did you want to ask me? You seem to be on much friendlier terms with Eri compared to the other grunts. Why is that? Oh, you spotted that? Well, alright, I don't mind telling you. The truth is, I used to hate Riri. She's an amazing trainer and athlete, and she's really pretty too. It took her no time at all to become popular at the academy. I was queen of the class before she came along, but then everyone liked her more than me. So let me guess, someone stole your sweet roll. Wrong game. You started to pick on her? Pretty much. I got our classmates to join in too. We were all so stupid. But in the end, kids are always fickle, and once one thrill wears off, they look for something new. Before long, the class chose me as their next target and started bullying me instead. I guess I deserved it, but then really, she chose to help me even though I've been so horrible to her. She told me that she understood how hard it is to have no one on your side, and she invited me into Team Star. Even after you bullied her like that, what a kind girl. She really is, and joining the team has worked out great for us. It's been so much fun. There are rumors the Team Star likewise engages in bullying. After hearing my story, do you really think that's true? No, I merely. Riri and the rest of the Team Star have made me who I am today. Please, don't take away our greatest treasure. Yeah, like I said, for the first ever Team Star boss that I fought, Team Star is nothing bad. Team Star is where people who suffers from getting bullied and stuff, and just not have a good time in the academy in general, and people go into Team Star so that they can have like their own space to have fun with. Droxen, it's me. I take it that Eri handed over her starbase to you then? I see. Without its boss, the Calf squad should be a hair's breadth from disbanding. Even Eri. See? Cassiopeia always do this. I'm sorry. We're almost there now, just one boss left. The operation's been a huge success thanks to you, Droxen. And Clive has also performed admirably as your support. I remember him saying that you're acquaintances. Have you known each other long? Yeah, for a while now. Well, he's clearly a reliable friend. He almost married me of the gang back in the day. Which gang? As you know, Team Star was formed by a group of students who were being bullied at school. Shortly after forming the team, these students, none other than the squad bosses themselves, confronted, sorry. The outcome was a resounding victory for Team Star. Though you could hardly call it a contest. The bullies didn't even put out the fight. They all bolted from battle the first chance they got. Scared spitless of Team Star, the bullies then dropped out of school, one after another. And Team Star ended up the villains of the story. Yeah, it's like, has been falsely villainized. Team Star is nothing bad. But that's neither here nor there, forget I mentioned it. Now, about your reward, I'll transfer some LP over to your phone, as promised. I never really used them. I never really used LP. Thanks. Make good use of those TMs, they should help you take down the last remaining boss. My supply unit rep will be along soon to give you your bonus reward. Here I am. Poseidon! No, shut the fuck up, Penny. I'll punch you. God, Crydon is so adorable. I want Crydon. Oh, welcome back, Pinky. Naomi actually has a chance to understand anything again. Yeah. Yes, boob Kavala. We must all boob Kavala. No one's safe from the boobage. And look at sleeping Crydon. Oh my god. Oh yeah, you're going to Firm, right, Kavala? Just curious, because I do want to go, like, I do wish I can, well, I'm working hard to go to save up for firm this year, so yeah. Most likely, I think. That's good to know. For me, it's probably the same answer. Yeah, most probably. Most likely. Still trying hard to save up for money. At least this time it's a little bit different because I'll probably stay with Leon. With Leon's gang. Because Leon offered to have like a nearby Airbnb that's like a lot more affordable. So that's why I'm like saving up. Like it's a lot easier for me. I do want to go to firm. Last year I didn't go. It's so sad. Wow, Team Star went through all that, huh? They just wanted the bullies to go away, but then they became the bad guys in everyone's eyes. What a joke. The students, the teachers, they're all so messed up. Yeah, didn't go last year as well, right? I'm gonna go meet all of you. Even if just one of them had been paying attention when everyone was getting bullied, they would have been able to tell right away that Team Star wasn't the one in the wrong. But I guess the big boss was the one who urged everybody to face their bullies despite knowing how messed up the economy is. What a massive idiot. And creating Team Star and just hoping the plan would miraculously work out. I don't know about that. You sure of it? Wow, Penny. Well, here's your reward. Right. The next boss is the very last one. We're counting on you, Droxen. Okay. Oh, they can chase me. Run! Tiny bamboo shoot? I kinda want to go meet Terry. I wanna meet Terry. I mean, of course, like, that's like the obvious. But of course, not only Terry, there's so many other people that I want to meet as well.
Emotional damage.
Of course, you're included, definitely. Bro, no. There's so many people I want to meet. Gosh, you know...
Emotional damage.
No, don't get it the wrong way, come on. You're on top of my list as well, don't worry. I mean, I guess a lot of people isn't on top of the list as well. Like, it's been years since I last traveled anywhere. Ever since I finished my studies in KL and I just went back to Miri. I went back to East Malaysia. I'm not in West Malaysia anymore. And it's been years. I didn't even really get the chance to suit around here just because it's goddamn hot around here. And also my house is a little bit small. It's a little bit on the smaller side, so I cannot actually fully extend my wing. Like if I fully extend my wing, I would touch from the left to right the wall. So yeah, that's why you don't see me suit up a lot or like at all for like the past 2 years, I think. That's why I've been like extremely quiet. And I've been solely focusing on doing this. If you don't worry, I know. You're always so nice, Kabbalah. I'll be at the... Look, don't... Hey, don't get mad at me, Kamala, but the first time I meet you actually scared me a little bit. it's a little bit scary at first, but after talking to you, you're like super nice. People always say that. I know. I see it. I see a lot of times people say that to you. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess your facial expression is something. Is something like Chiyao's case. You know Husky Yao. You know Husky Yao. You've seen Husky Yao, right? And then it's like his face is so fierce looking, but he's actually a goofball. And then you look at me. I'm like the most. Yeah, I'm like very. I look very I look like a baby outside, but then I like violence. So I guess appearance lies. Don't trust appearances. What about you? Oh, what about Kavala that scares people? Scary face. You're gonna bite me? Wow. Hey, I thought biting is kobold things. It's a common one that screws the first impression over a lot. True. But I'm glad that I get to talk to Kavala like face to face. After enduring the dance panel thing. Yeah, and I get to like talk to Kavala one-on-one, face to face. And after that, it's just Kavala is like so nice. It's like, wow. My dad's family used to be from a gang, probably that's why. Oh. I heard that my facial feature is my facial feature follows a lot of my mom. So that's why it looks like super soft. Because my mom looks very soft. Right? Yeah, innocent. But I don't think I'm innocent anymore. Or like I'm as pure as before. But then again, people still say that I'm pure. I don't know. Very pure, I know, right? I get that a lot. And I appreciate that. Oh, I think I remember the funniest shit that I talked to Huskiel about something. When I first met Huskiel, I always thought that he's older than me. and then he's like I think he's a few years younger than me. It's like, oh. God. Nice guy. Can establish that. a little bit. He's the Malaysian you? Kinda. I'm the Singaporean him. So many similarities. Pure as a kobold? Vague enough to count as a compliment? I mean, I'll take it. Be right back, gonna go get some stuff. Oh, heck yeah. Take your time. It's fine. Okay, so I'm done with that team star thing. Now I just need to go to the last one. This one. Oh, it's a fairy type. This is bad. This is gonna be like my biggest hurdle. My biggest wall. This is bad. Whew, okay. Team star. Fairy type. I think I can just like teleport to somewhere that's nearby. Oh wait, no. Yeah, from here should be easy. I miss all my KL friends. I miss all my friends that's like overseas. Gosh. Like living alone in KL is like very, very tough for me. In terms of, like I need to like self-sustain and stuff. But man, does the social interaction keep me alive. Makes me feel good, honestly. Friends are great. It's not cool how life made it so that friends are far away, right? I mean, life made friends far away is one thing. Traveling costs so much to a point where most people cannot afford it on a normal basis is what's tough about it as well. Like, I don't know how to alleviate the cost of traveling, but like there should be some workaround to it. Like I hope anyway, and I wish. I'm just hoping there's some way to actually make traveling more affordable than it is currently right now. Like, let's say I'm trying to travel from Miri to KL, about 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours of flight. It's not super far, but it's quite far, right? And then it's like, it costs 200 to fly there, about 200 to fly back, so a return trip would cost like 400. It's like, what the fuck, dude? So much. It costs so much. Making a save out for travel to friends, that's the most valuable thing for me, but plans are so expensive. Yes, that's the thing. And I need to save out for like self-sustain, not only just like food-wise, but only for like cope-wise, you know, like games and shit, entertainment. That I need to have respite or some shit, you know. Although I'm glad I invested in this Switch, it definitely made me feel a lot better. I do kind of want to buy Super Smash Bros. I'm gonna save, but I want to buy Super Smash Bros. God damn it. I'm good. I'm fire type. Burn! Oh shit, sturdy. Oh, so you're not afraid of ground type now? Cool. Well, not that I care. Going to become the next DDD national champion. DDD. Dude, DDD looks cool, but I'm mostly gonna play either Ridley or Bowser, for obvious reasons. Psychic type, afraid of ghosts, right? I'm just gonna crunch him. Yeah, crunch. King DDD. Yeah, it's gonna be someone big. Crunch. Mmm, delicious. Muck? Muck is poison type. Poison is afraid of steel, but I don't have it. Poison is not necessarily afraid of fire? I forgot what poison is afraid of, other than steel. Nah, I'm just gonna bonk him. I can win with sheer power alone. Oh, it's afraid of ground! Alright. Nice, good job, good job. You're the best, Gotcham, you're the best, Sharkdirk. Why can't I seem to catch your data? Because I'm too good. Is that the clapping noise? Okay, thank you. Stop clapping. It's not Snom. Terra Raid, who are you? I never seen you before. Do you wanna know the other weakness? I found it. It's ground type. Yeah, I haven't caught you before. Quick ball. Speed run. Quick ball. Quick ball. Look at that quick ball. Quick ball. It's almost like I'm playing Pokemon Go. Oh, that's Snom's evolution? Ooh. Frostmoth. Kinda cute. I'm gonna fight this Terra Raid. Ooh, fire. Fire. Quick ball funny. Quick ball is OP, man. Quick ball is actually OP. Fire type. I mean, if I bring in Dragon type, I win. But if I bring in Shark Dirk, I win. Optimal turn one option. I know, right? So good. Like, who needs false swipe? Who needs skill when you have quick ball? It saves so much trouble most of the time. Unless turn one didn't work, then yeah, you're gonna go through the usual thing. It's fine though. Yeah, full swipe is for like Pokemon catching connoisseur. That's what full swipe is. I could cheer. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Don't die! Oh, good. Okay, then that is not painful. Oh, is it gonna hurt everyone? Oh, sorry. Oh, they didn't hurt anyone. Okay, good. Did I hurt everyone? Oh. We have charcoal! I found charcoal! Charcoal is my luxury ball! We found coal! Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh, we got coal! I cannot believe it. You're mine. Both sides very powerful. Unless you are someone who understood the move as reduces HP to 1 always and put it on your sweep. Look, kids don't read descriptions. You have to like excuse them. Well, some do, most don't. Like I'm guilty of it. I only read description till I only read description when I play Gen 5. But before then I don't even know. Those did but got it wrong. Oh, you mean like they thought false swipe will always leave them at 1 HP. Like no matter how tough they are. Like even if it's like not very effective, it's kind of, oh, 1 HP. That's broken. I mean that's Super Fang, but broken. Like Super Fang reduces your HP by 50% always. Back then I didn't even know. I was like, Super Fang, oh god, I'm dead. Dog. Dog. Kill. Dog. Yeah, this is much easier. Oh, I never caught this one. Oh, sorry. Xiaomi also didn't read much, just earthquaked all that didn't fly. Fair, fair. It's a very good strategy. Hey, earthquake is strong. Oh, that's crit. Oh my god, lucky. That's a crit throw. Luck on luck, what can I say? Face Pokemon? Good gods. Its prey is instantaneously frozen stiff by the cold air it exhales from its huge mouth. While they are in the frozen state, it gobbles them out. That's fucked. That is actually scary. People can make a horror game out of this, don't they? Glalie me likes. Always wanted it in the team, but couldn't make it work. I'm scared. Car9, hi. Tabulation raid was fun at hard. I never really got into like online raid still, because I haven't finished like the main game yet, so I didn't even go like online still. But yeah, glad to know that Typhlosion raid was fun. I'm still look, unless there's like a walking wake.
Hello.
Is it walking wake?
And welcome.
Mr. 9 Pickles. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Oh wait, does winning the Typhlosion raid gives you Typhlosion? Can I capture Typhlosion afterwards? I mean, it should work that way, right? Oh! Then I have to, how do I join raid? I have to go online, right? Wait. Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. Had a good sleep and now I'm quite awake. I hope you're doing good too. Connect to Inter-L. Am I online? Or need internet at the very least, true. You're not connected to the internet? Hello? Oh shit. Oh yeah, I did that once. I traded with someone for Drippy. Prepare to get happy with Bleacy again? Prepare to face the mighty Typhlosion? Oh, is it this one? The raid is over for information. Oh fuck. Next time you can raid is 20th. Oh, that's not far, is it? You see, now it's like 17. That's not too long. That's pretty good. But now you can PvP me hopes. Ah, no lah, I don't want PvP. I'm gonna die. I don't know much about Pokemon PvP. I only play Pokemon to take pictures of them. Have you seen how much picture I took? I took a lot of pictures of them. Only 510? Don't worry about it. Oh, wait. I forgot. I glanced over this. I've been playing Super Mario, well, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I've been getting now I've been getting bean fruits for Yoshis. This game is fucking great. This game made turn-based battle fun. Okay, there. Not sponsored, by the way. You will have a chance if your opponent also goes PvP without a PvP team. Is my team PvP viable? Is all dragon type viable? Definitely. Totally. That's a big dog. Oh, I already caught you. Alright, bye-bye. Need to see that Mario and Luigi RPG be on the Switch after all these years? Yeah, it's so good! And the music in the game is absolutely banger. Your team will probably crumble very fast given how optimized it can get. Oh shit. I can breed Hisuian Zorua? Isn't Zorua like the one that can hide its appearance to someone else? I have Hisui. Wait, Zorua and Zorua? Oh, Zorua is the baby. Hisuian? I don't know what Hisuian is. Home is not yet updated. Huh. Guess I'm still not very well versed in Pokemon. I mean, of course, I skipped so many generations. Like, my last played Pokemon generation was 5th gen. Yeah, I stopped at Black 2. And then... yeah. Didn't play any more Pokemon afterwards. Even though... Legend... No, I haven't played that one. This is like my first Pokemon Switch game. I only got my Switch not too long ago, so yeah. And I just see like, oh my god, it's Koraidon, and I just bought Pokemon Scarlet immediately because of this little guy. This one little guy is enough to convince me to buy this game, so there you go. I'm a very simple kobold. Oh, I'm almost there. Oh, is that the base? Nice, we're gonna go destroy them. We're gonna raid them. Hopefully my dragon team will not crumble so quickly against a fairy team. Oh, who is that? Hi. Oh, that looks good. Are you gonna chase me? No? Alright, good. Look at you. Oh, look at you. Please don't chase me. That's so adorable. Look at that. Oh, look at you. Look at you. It's so adorable. That one looks... that looks really nice. That... oh, is it like a Japanese inspired mantis? Because that claw looks like... yeah, that claw looks like a heckin' bean. You know, the mame. That looks good. You want free Miraidon, huh? Can I even get Miraidon in Scarlet? Hi? I'm trying to get to Terra Ray, you little shit! Oh my god, I hate you. I see you're almost at the 5th base. Hold up inside there is the Team Star's last remaining squad. You fought well to make it this far. Thank you, Droxen. Hi, Clive. So you made it as well, Clive. Of course, it's the last base. I won't want to miss out on the action. Clive, I'll owe you my thanks. Your help has been invaluable to the operation. I'm sorry I was so wary of you at first. Walking Way was amazing when they did raid. It was easy. Huh. So in order to get Walking Way is to wait for the raid to come back? That is, if it will ever come back. No, it's exclusive on Violet? Thought so. Well, that's all water under the bridge. When we're finished with the space, would that be the end of Operation Starfall then? Not quite. We still need to handle Team Star's secret mastermind last of all. Do we have any leads on how to find them? I'm hoping they'll come into open once all the squad bosses have stepped down. I see. We've come so far, only a few more steps left. Don't let me down, either of you. Alright. Hisopia's hung up? Right. Thanks to you, Droxen, I've slowly but surely come to understand Team Star. I already did. I know what I need to do, and I know what my final decision will be. For that, I can't thank you enough. Take care of the base, Master Droxen. Sorry to getting all polite in there. Don't know what came over me. It's fine, Director Clive will. It can be traded over. True. Huh. Can I battle with this little... Can I battle with this little dumb bitch here? Oh my god, Koraidon, you can fight!
And welcome.
Koraidon, you can fight in the future! Holy shit. Dude, you're the best. Oh, I want to do things. Thank you for the follow, Car9. Appreciate. I will return later when it is time for the war. Alright, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Look, I love Malzino, alright? Young Master's piano lesson. Until then, please give him my regards. Yes, Mr. Harrington. Oh, is that the Team Star boss base? Hmm? And who might you be, young man? A friend of the young master, perhaps? Young master? Ah, I see. Since you seem unaware, I must inform you that this is the base of Team Star's fairy crew, and the Roof Bar Squad, led by young Master Ortega. Mr. Harrington, I don't think we're supposed to be giving out that information. No? Then please accept my apologies. Do you have any idea as to who this young man might be? Nuh-uh. He's no friend of ours, you know. I think he might be here to try and take us on. Understood. In that case, I take it you're an adversary of the young master? I guess that follows. What's even going on? Really, I play Rise myself and I enjoyed it? Oh yeah, totally. I play Rise on my PC a lot. Well, not a lot these days. I've been obsessed with Skyrim. But safe to say that I love the Monster Hunter series. Lots of them. I mean, I did have 1300 hours on Monster Hunter World. Is that so? Well then, that leaves me with one last thing to ask you. Huh? Would you be so kind as to indulge me in a quick battle? War? Oh, sure. Splendid. Then let us begin. You play on... You play on Switch? Oh. But then Switch... Rise on Switch doesn't have 60 FPS, right? I mean, that's just like my little pet peeve because I like things to be smooth. I don't think... Are they all like fairy types? They might be. Why are you guys bullying me? Oh god, I'm dead. Go get him, Chichak! Curse the lack of crossplay. Yeah, it's kinda sad, but then again, it's my son to Rise. Don't! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna spit you to death. I mean, that works out. Good job, good spin, good spin. I know if they're all fairy type, they must be, right? Yeah, that looks very fairy type. Oh, you're not fairy type? Oh, die. Nice, nice. Good job, Chicha. Well. An outstanding performance. However, be aware that young Master Ortega's battle prowess far surpasses my poultry skills. You would do well then to take care. Now, if you excuse me. Hasta la vista. And that gentlemanly guy used to be the director of the academy, I think? At least that's what I heard. Now he's like tutoring the boss or something. He shows up here sometimes to take the boss to his lessons. Hang on, why am I explaining this to you? There's no doubting you are here to make trouble, so I'm gonna let everyone know. Are you not gonna fight me? Okay, but oh, bye. I see the guard has been dealt with. Good job.
You're cool and cute.
Nah. If only I have a know you emote. You're cool and cute. Thanks. That base belongs to Team Star's fairy crew, the Rook Bar Squad. Their boss
And Scaly too.
And Scaly too? Mm-hmm. Their boss Ortega is the mechanic of the team. He may be the youngest of the bosses, but his battle skills are no joke. Underestimate him, and things will go south for you quickly. He's also real lead for the backtide. He gets his grunts to do all the dirty work for him. But his weak point is his short fuse. Get him good and angry and he'll march out of the front lines to deal with you himself. In terms of tactics, there's nothing else for it but to take down all the lackeys he sends your way. Just tough it out until Ortega shows up and go from there. Ring the bell and the gates once you're ready to kick off the phase of the operation. Time to wipe the Rook Bar Squad off the map. Are these like the antagonists? I mean, in the game, they are the antagonist. I put it in the biggest quote unquote, but the story seems to put them otherwise. That they're just getting bullied in the academy, so that's why they make Team Star to have their own safe space. But I don't know why Cassiopeia wants to make Operation Starfall. So that's why I don't trust, I don't trust Cassiopeia, at all. Alright, Fairy type. It doesn't help that all my team is, Dragon type. Well, except for Limzard. I mean, Chicha is, pseudo-Dragon type, but he's still Dragon type. Yeah, he's still Dragon type. Bad Dirk's flying and Dragon. Imagine getting hit by an ice move. Shark Dirk... ground? I can use the ground moves. Yeah, Limzard is my hard counter to Fairy, because Limzard is poison. One Venoshock, they're dead. Yeah, one Venoshock is enough. I can even Toxic Steel type Pokemon. I have no idea what the story in these games is doing anymore. It's okay. I'm just here to look at Pokemons. And Koraidon. Your glass cannon hard counter, yeah. I mean, I even gave her the spectacles. Mamadurg? Mamadurg is ghost type, right? Yeah, ghost type. There's Bite and Astonish. I don't think that's gonna help a lot. Definitely not bringing in Hexorus. Hexorus just die. Rapid Spin? Rapid Spin... I think I'm bringing in my Bad Dirk and Shark Dirk, because they have non-dragon moves. Alright, here we go. I don't think I can beat... I don't think I can beat 30 Pokemons at once. I can only have Limzard fighting them. This is gonna be terrible. Alright, here we go. Hopefully I can win. Is she actually a glass cannon by now, or still glass with not as great damage? Honestly, I have no idea. To me, Limzard is doing a lot of damage. Even the smallest stars can light up the sky when they shine together as constellations. We're the last bastion of Team Star. Losing isn't an option. Hey kid, you listening? If you beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, we'll call the boss out and to deal with you. How's that for hospitality? Good. Alright, here we go. Let's go, Limzard! You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? Let's go. Get him! That's Fairy type? Ooh, that looks weird. Oh, I'm winning by sheer power. I'm actually winning by sheer power. Good. You know what? Good. Yeah, see? Winning by sheer power. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Dog killed him. This is great. Winning with sheer power, this is funny shit ever. Hey, if it works, it works. Go, 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 go. Oh, game's lagging. I have to look at the ground. I have to look at the ground. The game lags too much. That works. For me, it still seems to be considered cannonless glass, sadly. Oh. It's okay, I just like Salazar. God, the music is so hype. So yeah, Droxen. Okay. Talk about underwhelming. I was expecting someone, I don't know, a little more beefed out. I don't need to be beefed out when we're talking about Pokemon battles, alright? Well, whatever. I don't care who you are. Not like I'm gonna lose to you anyway. If you think fairy types are all about cuteness, you're in for a nasty surprise. I never thought about them. Can we beat the truck thingy up? We need to beat the truck thingy up, yeah. Oh, look at that luxury ball. Dude, rich kid. No, Linsum's gonna die. Linsum's gonna die. It's a water type. I promise I'll play nice, so don't blame me when this fellow sends you blubbering back home. Oh, sure. I'm changing. I'm too terrified. Wait, let me see. Oh, Venoshock is still super effective? Good then. You get the tires? Good. I'll get the engine. Wigglytuff? I feel like it's still quite glass. It's still quite canon. I mean, even though the level between me and them is like 13 levels. But still cool. Yep. Dashboon? No, Limto is the one that's gonna be the MVP. A Venoshoku! OP! Salazar's also OP! I'm a sweeper! There it is. I need to beat the car. What the heck? Why is my team on the ropes? That's totally not fair. Oh, it's totally fair, alright. Dude, I'm only using one Pokemon. Please. Uh-oh. Oh, is that Fairy Mist? Fairy Mist? Nuh-uh, I'm doing cool things even though I'm not doing Fire type. I'm doing this for fun, look at that. Go, Lizard! Become Fire type. God, it's lagging so hard. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Oh, steel? It's fine. Oopsie, did you just realize how outmatched you are? No, you saying that is the funniest shit ever. All good, all good. You know, I'm just gonna burn you. Right? I'm not even gonna Venus Shock. It's fine. Get him! Delicious. Alright, all good. Good job, Salazar. Good job. You're the best. Salazar looks like she's wearing and how evolved Lampent? Kinda. Yeah, how could I lose? What the fuck? Here, I'm helping you, Ortega, don't worry. How can I lose? What the fuck? God damn it, man, shit. Oh wait, no, this is family friendly. What the fuck? Why do you keep your toy card didn't bunch and itch, huh? I told you it's not a toy, it's called the Starmobile, and I was up all night building it. The problem is clearly that we're not giving it enough juice. You designed this thing to be powered by 2 Char Cadet, but it's just too heavy. That's such a shame. I wanted to see the looks on our bullies' faces once we got it moving. I'm sorry, I really thought it would work. Come, good fellow, 'tis no occasion for melancholy.
Hecking fluffy fluffing fluff heck hecky fluffy heck fluff.
Fluffy heck fluff heck. Hecky heck. Why, to make such a remarkable contraption by thine own hand. Genius, thy name is Ortega. Yeah, well, there's no point if it doesn't work, is there? If I knew all that effort would have zero payout, I would just ask mother to buy a car for us. See, this is why people don't take you seriously. You say some stupid things, you know that? What? And man, cool it, would you? Yeah, how about no? I mean, we even put this to code for crying out loud. When we started Team Star, we swore to quit relying on our parents or bags of cash to fix our problems for us. Or did you forget? If that hunk of junk doesn't move, get it moving. If you're short on juice, you're just gonna crank up the power somehow. Doesn't take a genius, man. That's easy enough to say, Melly. Do you have an actual plan? Yep, I'm gonna train up my Char Cadet so and it's hard to talk, alright? I'm sorry. It's hard to read sometimes for me. And have them evolve. Their boosted firepower will get the Starmobile moving. No sweat. But the hour of Operation Star is nigh at hand. Will you succeed in time? Oh, I'll get it done. Melly, wait. You know, Mela shoots her mouth off an awful lot, but she means well. I know. This sucks. Fuck. This sucks. I hate myself for losing, but I also can't get over how awesome you were in that battle. If any of us squad bosses are defeated, that means we have to step down. And going against our code will make me a traitor to the team. Fine. Fuck. It's not like I have a choice anyway. So I'll take the badge already. So take the badge already. You better treat it with the respect it deserves. Cool beans. We did it. I'm not done yet. Here's my favorite TM too. Feel free to marvel at how awesome it is. Melo shine? Opposing Pokemon emitting a powerful flash. Oh. And just you know, you're the worst. Like the most annoying person ever. Fuck. But I get it, you're super strong. I'll admit that much. You even bust out my Starmobile. Hi. Young Master Ortega. Mr. Harrington. I guess it's time for a piano lesson, huh? As it happens, I just lost my boss title, so I'm all good to head on home. Oh, that's your dad? This has to be a contender for saying fuck without triggering fun. I mean, it doesn't trigger fun anymore for whatever reason. TMs are so much better since they're not used up anymore, methinks. Oh, they still get used up, but you can craft them now. Yeah, you can just craft them beside the Pokemon Center. So it's not a big deal to just use them. Because back then I would just not use the TMs because I only get one of them. But now it's a different case. You can always craft them back. Albeit you do need Pokemon materials to craft them. But I don't think that's a big deal, so it's fine. Wait, they changed back? Since when the TM is not used? I didn't know. Ah, actually, a different matter brought me. There's somebody I would like you to meet. Clive? He is a distant acquaintance of mine. The name's Clive. Okay, what's your business here? I want you to tell me something. You're the son of a wealthy family and heir to the major apparel company, so why join a group like Team Star? What a question to ask someone you just met. Well, my answer's the same as everyone else in the team. It's cause I was being bullied. So the academy really did used to have an issue with bullying. Who would guess, right? The school is all rainbows and butterflies these days, and the bullies from back then don't even go to the academy anymore. This hits home because I was the one that's getting bullied as well, but I just don't have any fallback. I could tell you all about this like someday. You know, my primary school experience and my middle school experience is terrible. But it's something that made me grow as a person, I guess. Kinda. But yeah, getting bullied at school is not a joke. Right? To a point, I got bullied so harsh to a point where I have constant suicidal thoughts every day. For years. But I still grew out. I grew out of it, so yeah. Bullying is no joke. They always change quality of life things back for some reason. Gen 6 and 7 had them to be a thing to be used forever. Ooh. Don't know if it makes people grow or not. It's hard to tell. It's terrible. It's either people grow one way or the other. They grow to be a person that doesn't look back on getting bullied and just go on with their lives and try to make their lives better. Or they grow to be a person who wants to get back at them all the time. A person that wants revenge and some shit. I know this sounds all very like anime, but it's true. I met some people like that. Getting bullied is just a harsh thing to have, honestly. And sadly, at least back then, school, my school don't take bullies seriously. They just think that just stand up for yourself.
Sorry, also boo.
Sorry, also boo. Nah, too late. I'm crying now. I'll cry as the thread. You say it made me to do the opposite of grow. For example, very mature and behind in life afterwards. That too, right? That too. Just, I guess I got lucky because I rely on... Honestly, I fell back on the furry fandom back then, and it really helps me like look at life in a different way. So even if I get bullied at school, I can always go home and actually still be happy as a person. Yeah, I guess I got super lucky about that. But before the furry fandom, before I met the fandom, it's whew, I suffer from suicidal thoughts every damn day, depression, and my family don't really care about that. The school just says that I'm weak. I need to stand up for myself. Yeah, something like that. It's harsh. Bullying, I don't know why they don't take bullying seriously. And I don't know why I'm suddenly talking about this. Sorry, I'm playing Pokemon. Moisturize? I will, thank you, Plane. As a person that has been bullied on a daily basis back then, it's harsh. I don't even want to go to school every day. For me, there was just always the threat of mental hospital. If me doesn't stop being down, yay. Oh god. I haven't been to mental hospital before. Praise the empathy of our society. It's weird. And why? What happened to them? As the former director of the academy, I believe I am best positioned to answer that question. Mr. Harrington, about 18 months ago, the member of Team Star confronted the student who used to bully them, and an altercation broke out between the groups. Though it did not escalate into a major incident, the altercation nonetheless caused a scandal of... What the hell is that? Hitherto? Hitherto? Unknown proportions? I don't know what that word is. As a result of what occurred that day, the students who had perpetrated the bullying dropped out of the academy, one after another. But there aren't any records of that anywhere in the academy. No, I should imagine not. My former deputy deleted all records of that incident, you see. What? Why would anyone do that? Just as I was puzzling over how best to deal with Team Star in the aftermath of the incident, a certain student came to see me. This student declared that they would take all responsibility of the team's actions. In exchange, they requested that I exonerate the other students of Team Star from any blame. Huh? No one told me that. I accepted the request and agreed not to take disciplinary action against Team Star. Then I assigned 18 months of overseas studies to the student who took responsibility for the team. Kisopia? Hugs anyone? I'll hug you back, plane. I'll hug a plane. Am I big enough? No, I'm too small. I can only touch them. I'm too small. Well, according to my reference sheet, let me see. I still have it somewhere. Yeah, it's here. How much should I say Tura is again? Tura is 106 cm cold. 106 cm is pretty small. I'm small. Alright, I'm small. A year and a half of studying abroad? This was not intended as a punishment, you understand? Team Star were the victims after all. I wanted this student to take some time to rest, so I had them return home to the Gala region under the pretext of overseas study. Around that time, however, the former deputy director took it upon himself to erase all traces of the incident from the academy server. It appears his intent was to shield himself from any blame. So he tried to cover up the whole thing? That's terrible. After we discovered what he had done, I dealt with him appropriately, of course. But the inability of myself and the rest of the teaching staff to prevent this terrible act also represented a great blunder on our part. I accepted the blame that lay at my feet and resigned from my position as director. The rest of the teaching staff then joined me in handing in their notices. So that's why the current teachers were all brought in a year and a half ago. I understand my actions have caused you a great deal of trouble. You have my sincere apologies. Hang on, Mr. Harrington, how come you suddenly decided to talk about this now? Young Master Ortega, Team Star cannot carry on in its current fashion. I merely wish to give you a chance to chart a better course. Well, there's no way I'm abandoning my friends and going to school without them, not after we've come this far. Your friends in Team Star must mean a great deal to you. Isn't it obvious? It's cause, you know, they're my greatest treasure in the whole world. That's all the Team Star bases. Droxen, it's me. The one that's been studying abroad for 1.5 years. Did you do it? Did you claim Ortega's star badge? Mm-hmm. With its boss no longer around, the Rook Boss squad is as good as finished. So, Ortega was the last. All 5 squad bosses have now been toppled from their pedestals. I imagine they'll leave Team Star before long now that they've lost their special positions. I don't know how to talk anymore. It's hard to read. Maybe I just didn't drink enough coffee today. God, but it's 3 PM, I cannot drink coffee anymore. After that, they should soon be back attending classes at the academy. Nice work out there, Droxen. Is that Clive I hear? Kisopia, we're down to you too. Thanks. Now about your reward, Droxen, I'll transfer some LP over to your phone, as promised. Thanks, I never used them. There, I can make TMs, so I guess that's fine. Oh, that reminds me, I'm doing the whole supply unit rep thing this time, right? Indeed, you can go ahead and give Droxen his bonus reward now. Thanks, Clive. Thanks, Director Clivewell. At long last, Operation Starfall has entered its final stage. There's only one thing left on the agenda. You must defeat the big boss and have Team Star disband for good. How, though? Don't worry, there's no need to search them out. The true identity of the big boss is me. I called it! I fucking called it, dude. It's so fucking obvious. It's not other than me. Wow! Dun 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 dun! Wow! Yo, mama! Oh my god.
Godrotile lurk.
Yeah, thank you, Nanok. Oh my god, 11 months! Thank you so much. I hope you're doing good, Nanok Murkaman. Thank you for the supple. That totally did not scare me, don't worry. Didn't happen. I'm sorry. I called it too. It's so obvious. Sabarodi. I didn't mean to keep it from you for so long, but the right moment never came. Yeah, that's almost a year. Holy shit. Gosh, thank you. I'm the one who formed Team Star. Back then, the members of the team were my closest friends, and I treasured them more than anything. If they go on like this, Team Star won't do any good for anyone. They've got to give it up, so I'm using the code we made together to force them to disband. Droxen. I'll be waiting for you in the schoolyard after dark. You should come as well, Clive. Understood. Then I'll see you both there. So Cassiopeia was the big boss of Team Star this whole time. I scarcely thought it possible. Thanks! But with this revelation, I just might have an inkling as their true identity. It seems we will find our answers after dark in the Academy schoolyard. Let's prepare as best we can before heading over. We do this and then we'll meet Nemona, sorry. Look, sometimes my intuition can be so accurate. Well, only sometimes. You know, Kobo has a certain instinct. Oh! Guys, I just remembered something that's so fucking important. Okay, actually, I'm just making a big deal out of it. It's not a big deal. I was looking at Tikri's stream last night before I went to sleep, and then I saw her playing Deep Rock Galactic. I am 200% playing that game back for one single reason alone. Remember the Cobalt mod that I installed back then? It is now like a full-fledged mod. It's not just voice acting anymore. There's actual kobolds going on. There's actual kobold models. And actual voice acting in there as well. Like I said, it's a full-fledged mod. Yeah. I have to! It's kobold! And it's super well done. Like, it's actually super well done. I need that. I need to play Deep Rock Galactic again. Like, it's such a good time to go back to Deep Rock Galactic as well, because it's been a long time. Am I right or am I right? Like, to be completely honest, I love the game, but I just feel like it's not something. Look, I guess I care a lot more about who or what I play, right? Especially if there's like a playable character that's like reptilian or dragon, even banner, something like that. I'll come back to the game, definitely. Like Skyrim, I'm obsessed because I get to play as an Argonian. That's ghost type. What's ghost type afraid of? Ghost type is afraid of ghost type, if I remember correctly. So I don't have ghost type. I mean, I have ghost type. Mama Dirk is ghost type, but I only have Astonish. Astonish. You're right when you're right. I know, right? They're not afraid of dark type, that's for sure. Are they? I don't remember. Wait, ghost type is afraid of dark type. Because I remember fighting against a ghost type gym, I just bite them to death. So Shark Dirk is like number 1 again. Yeah, let's do it. Go Shark Dirk. So yeah, someday in the very near future, I'm gonna install the mod off stream and I will definitely play back Deep Rock Galactic. As a kobold this time. I'm so fucking excited. I can finally play Deep Rock Galactic as a kobold. Like it should be normal for kobolds to go collect golds and shinies and rocks and mining in caves. That's just what kobold does. God, I'm so fidgety right now. I'm all giddy. Oh my god. Why stun spore? I think this one heal the thing, right? Okay, I think that heals. Crunch. Ooh, that's nice damage. Oh, that's a crit? Oh. What is that? I don't know what that is. Oh no. Terrasterize 2. I cannot terrasterize! I cannot! Oh god, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh, this is actually hype though. They have some time. They have a lot of time actually. Speed won't go any higher. How much are you going? Oh my god, damage. Okay, go, 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 go. A dragon on dragon, let's go! Oh, I almost died! Fuck, I'm dead. I didn't even get a chance to destroy it. No. Only I can terrestrialize? That's bad. Shit. I might not be able to win this. Muskrane as a boss is a thing we didn't expect to see in my life. Fair enough. But then Terra Raid has like a lot of weird Pokemon in there, like baby Pokemons in there. Yeah. God, it takes too many hits. I keep flinching! I'm not winning this. Too bad. Yeah, ooh, I cannot terrestrialize again. I lost a Terra Raid. If only I'm faster. Oh! Ah, goddamn it, so close! No, I lost. I should have healed. That's bad on my part, I guess. Yeah. Woo. That's a first. Yeah, that's a first loss of Terra Raid. It's fine though. Hey, that's win and lose. Flinching, what a fun thing to experience. I know, right? Dude, I cannot believe I get flinched like 3 times. To be fair, I've been abusing air slash with Noivern as well. Okay, do it again. Oh, that's awfully nice. The timer did look like there was some timer left. Weird timer. The timer goes down whenever I die, so yeah. It goes down a chunk, by the way. It goes down quite a lot. So that's why it's just like ends immediately after that. Hi, malicious magpie. What if I just go in with Dragon type? What if I just go in and just kill everything? Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm bringing in a Mamadurg. I'm just gonna kill everything. Go. Oh, it's ghost type though. I might. No, it's not doing any ghost type moves. Yes, hi plane. You're still here, I see. Attack fail is fine. I'm using all special attack this time. Yo, yawn? Oh, that's good. I don't want to ignore Stun Spore. I'm supposed to heal. Oh, they're doing good damage though. Aren't you asleep? No more paralyze. Oh shit. It's so fast, I cannot terrorize yet. Oh, ghost type is strong. Dragon darts. Oh boy. We should notice that your team is 16%, 17% male. I didn't check that honestly. But hey, good. That's a crit? Oh my god. One more. God damn it, I don't have heal anymore. I have to do it. Only I can do this. Go, Drippy! Oh, Dragapult, Mamadurg. You're the best, you're the strongest. Not air slash. Please, please, please. What the fuck? Not like this again. Oh, you absolute bitch. Oh, thank God. Okay, okay, okay. Oh no, that's not painful at all. Okay, I got one more turn. Get him! Nice! That was easy. I have you already, but I'm catching you with Pokeball. Pokeball! That's regular shit. Oh, music's so good. I need to work out. Oh, hey, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, that was easy. Totally did not lose at all. Also, I think it's a good time to mention that if you guys hear any construction noises, sorry, because there's like construction going on at the back of my house. This is gonna happen for, I'm pretty sure, at least a month, because it's a big renovation going on. So yeah, hope you guys don't mind. If you hear any like biggity buggity boom noises, just know that it's construction going on. Yeah. I'm gonna go to a place with good music before I do workout. Oh, so at nighttime I need to go here, right? We should do this first. Let's fly here. We could listen to the dog theme? Dog theme? Dog theme? How to push up the squads? Yeah, let me get to a place with okay-ish. This is good enough, right? Sword and shield dog. This is not bad, right? I can listen to this one. Let me... All good. I'm okay. Okay, I'm doing it. Oh, I should probably put in this. Wait, I should probably put in this. And then put it on my face. Put it on my face, yeah. There it is. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm still here, but I'm doing workout. Kind of a workout, I guess.
Satu, Dua, Tiga, Empat, Dan Lima. Sekali Lagi. Satu, Dua, Tiga, Empat, Dan Lima. Kamu lakukan, Tanaya.
Sorry. Oh fuck, I never thought I'd read that. I never thought I'd hear that. M-pad. Oh fuck. Ah, that's so good. But also that almost hurt me. Oh, good thing I'm finished. Oh, whoa, with the push-ups in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, dan 5. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3, 4, dan 5. Kamu lakukan, Tanya. Lakukan. Kenapa tak ada 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Mana saya punya 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Alright, gonna do some squats. Ooh. 1 year for every squat, but I did all the I did all the squats. Oh. I cannot yip when I'm squat. I mean I can, but it's hard. I'm already catching my breath here. Hey. Oh, that M-pad is so good. Ah, okay. Is it nighttime now? It looks very nighttime, right? Oh, I should heal. Where's the Pokemon Center? I don't see any Pokemon Center. Oh, is she trying to catch my breath? Gosh. I'm kind of a weak bold. That's definitely not here. Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, I forgot one thing. Here, let me fix this real quick. How can I forget about this? A kobold must blab all the time. It improves the chance of getting shiny. Like, dragons hate this one technique that's done by kobold. Where they blab, they always get shiny. Whoa, camera. Whoa, camera's big jank. Whoa. Good job, camera. Alright, here we go. Oh, I should save. Oh yeah, let me disconnect from internet. think it's not needed currently. Alright, here we go. I still love Koraidon having drills and not understanding how to wield anyway. I know, right? That makes Koraidon even the more... You know, the dumb cute? I love Koraidon to bits. Gosh, Koraidon. Sup, Droxen? Clive? Yep, that's my name. Actually, no. It's time for me to bring this little performance to an end. You already told me that you are Director Clivewell. Haha!
Empat, dua pulo empat, tiga pulo empat, empat pulo.
Empat pulo. I do apologize for deceiving you with my disguise. In truth, the boy you knew as Clive was none other than the director of Naranja Academy. Mr. Clivewell. I already knew that. I love that's a fucking response. I already knew that. Technically, Koraidon has only one wheel. Does it? Two, right? Which is the one on his chest. But how about the back wheel? It's like a motorbike, but not really a motorbike. 4, 24, 34, 44. What? But my disguise was perfect. Although, now that I think about it, I did neglect to keep up my youthful act on a few occasions. Work hard. Alright, Nanook. Good luck with work. The back one is his tail curled up. It looks superficially like a wheel. Huh. Not in this dramatic moment of the story. Oh, shit. No, Nanook. But still, I cannot force you. Oh no. I'm sorry, Nanook. That must have been what gave me away. Regardless, there's still one more astonishing truth I must reveal to you. The true identity of Cassiopeia, the big boss of Team Star, was me all along. Well, this one I really don't know. How the fuck can you be in front of... Are you recording? That's impossible. Honest to goodness! When you heard Cassiopeia over the phone, that was actually a pre-recorded voice. Okay, that makes sense. I pulled over using, you know, one of those high-tech gizmos. Oh yes, it was very clever. Now I don't trust you anymore. So, Master Droxen, now you know I'm the big boss. That means there's just one thing left to do. Face me! Show me your moves in one final showdown to decide it all. Are you for real? Oh shit. Oh goddamn, that is not what I expected. But yeah, his wheel isn't really wheels. The chest one is an air sac present on certain tijak, and the back one is his tail curled inwards, does no zoom. Oh, okay lah, I still look Koraidon to bits. We tried to follow the story since like 2 hours or so, and we could already predict him being the boss reveal, so that was very predictable. The Director Clivewell was predictable, but this one, not really. This one shocked me a little bit. I'm glad. I am Cassiopeia of Team Star. With this battle, I will finally bring Operation Starfall. Toxic. The meta, and then Vinoshoku. No, you little shit. No, Vinoshoku will kill you. You think this will work on me, I am sad as all. I will destroy you. Vinoshoku! Oh fuck. Help. I'm in massive pain. Alright, again, no items. Maybe me missed something early on that made people unsuspect him. Oh, maybe. Rocks is still stinky. Have you seen the Japanese name for Cyclizar? I haven't seen any Japanese name for any Pokemon ever. I'm sleeping. Wake up. Wake up, Limser. Don't sleep. No sleeping is allowed. What the fuck? Oh, that heals. Oh no. Moto Tokage? Moto Tokage? That's so adorable. True to its core. Moto Tokage. You wanna yawn? You wanna yawn? Yep. I'm gonna shift gear once more. I think Shed Skin is gonna work afterwards. Unless they do Dream Eater this turn. They're probably gonna do it. Can they? Yeah, they're gonna foul play first. Okay, okay. What the fuck? Oh, is foul play using attack stat against my own? No, don't sleep. Shed skin, please. No, no shed skin. You don't want shed skin? Sandstorm? Sandstorm, good. We can change out. Wait, what do you want to change out? What? You don't want Sandstorm? Your ability is literally Sandville. Think again. Oh my, think again. Really? Your skill is Sandville. Increases your evasiveness in Sandstorm. Garchomp, think about this. Shark Turk, think about this. I don't know about I can't. You know what? I respect that. Here, you can have Dig. No. Hey, it's your call. I'm so mean. Aboma Snow. No, I'm not gonna switch. Oh god, it starts to snow. Fuck. I didn't get my Sandstorm in. How? They are using fucking counter dragon strats. They're using counter dragon strats. What the fuck am I supposed to do? You little shit, you counter dragon. This guy looks like a lot of defense. I feel like Dragon Dart might kill it. Dragon Datsu. Oh boy, I'm dead. And it's snowing as well. Yeah. What does Aurora Veil do again? I forgot. Opposing team is stronger against what? You think I read that fast? Oh, there it is. Okay. For 5 turns, the power of special and physical attack will be halved. Oh no. It's so good. Hey guys, I might lose this one. I shouldn't be putting Limzot on the first one. That's my fault. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my god, Mama Durg! I'm not using any items, by the way. No items allowed. Baitsu! Hello, why is I shot faster? Fine, it's okay. I got this still. Don't worry about it. Okay, we do this and I'm gonna do Sandstorm afterwards. Hopefully I can tank one hit. There's no stop. Okay, good. Poltergeist? Poltergeist is just pure ghost type, I think. I can win this matchup. Sunstorm! Fuck! I didn't expect that. Nah, this is gonna half my physical attack. No items, no items. Alright, we need to respect. We need to respect the trainer battle. No items allowed, alright? Oh boy. Oh boy. That's bad. They add speed now? No defense? They change and make you spend 6 floor spikes? That from cash? Huh. Is it that hard? I didn't know the daily challenges can be that hard. No, I'm dead! Yeah, goodbye world. Oh, fuck! Yeah, get them randomly. But it's like kind of a rare case here. Wasn't even enough I had the HP. Fire type? Okay. Houndoom is probably faster though. Oh, good, okay. That's free, that's free. Oh, Sharkner! Clutch! It's fine, you can survive this. Oh shit, Sharkner! Clutch! God, I love you so much. You're the best. Dude, that is clutch as fuck. Cure through its... Oh! Garchomp just cured through its burn on its own? Dude, Garchomp, you're so good. I'm keeping you. You got this. Among Us! Then this should kill then. I'm just gonna Dragon Claw it. I'm not gonna Sandstorm now because even if I Sandstorm now, it's probably gonna impede with my rest of the team. Hexor is not gonna get buffeted by the Sandstorm, I think. Good job, it's okay. It's okay, Shark Dirk, you did so good. Okay, at least this one I can for sure do this. AR Slushu! Alright, last Pokemon, they're probably gonna terrestrialize. Quaquaval? Is that the starter Pokemon? Sounds like it. To think that I, Cassiopeia, would be back into a corner like this. Oh, it is. Whoa, that's fancy. Holy shit, look at that steppy steps. Oh my god, Quaquaval is so fancy. Very well, it seems I shall have to terrestrialize my Pokemon. Why are you flipping me the bird? Why are you giving me the bird? Why are you flipping me off? Oh, I might die from this. Quaquaval seems like pure speed. Flinch, 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 flinch. No! Wee! Oh! I need you to flinch. Oh, thank God they don't have Aqua Jet. Flinch. If they flinch, I'm terrorizing. Do take a step back, please. This may get dangerous. Oh yeah, you can do Terra Blast. No! Fuck! Dude, Quackable looks good. Speed Rose, I might lose this one. I just might lose this one. Because they're faster now. Hi Blaster, Stinky. Although I'm not afraid of water type, but I'm absolutely terrified of Ice Spinner. I have a lot of defense. I'm just gonna outrage and hopefully this kills. I'm mad! I want to outrage and punch everything! Hexorus! Hexorus! Woo! You gonna survive this? Oh, I win! Let's go. Eat shit. Oh, that's clutch. No, that Garchomp was clutch as fuck. Good shit, that was a good fight. For me, I guess this is like fake Cassiopeia something review, because teacher, and then comes another review for the real one. Ooh, that could be a that's a theory. Ooh. The Slade duck? Slade duck Slade? That duck Slade. That... I can see why people like Quackable so much. Stink. You defeated the... Well now, Master Droxen. It seems you have grown quite splendidly over the course of your treasure hunt. That smile. Sorry, that smile. Oh, you might be right, Pinky. You might be right. And here, once again, I must apologize. I am not actually Cassiopeia. Yeah. Though Clive and myself being the same person was no lie, mind you. Cassiopeia's true identity remains hidden. But I believe I can hazard a guess as to who they may be. That is why I sought to spare you from having to confront them in battle. Their sorrows should not be yours to bear. However, Cassiopeia has settled on a course of action and is determined to see it through. I do not imagine any ordinary student could hope to stand against them and win. So, I challenged you to a battle to test your skill. If you had lost, it would have fallen to me to bring down Cassiopeia. Such was my resolve. But it turns out you are as strong as you are kind. If anyone has a chance at saving that poor child, it is surely you. As an educator, it shames me to burden one of my students with such a task. But please, defeat Cassiopeia, take on the big boss of Team Star and win. Yes, sir. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I leave this to your hands. You there, what do you think you're doing? Uh-oh. Who are you? Ah, Miss Stein. A pleasure to see you. It's no pleasure at all, Mr. Clevel. I come here to investigate reports of an illicit battle on school grounds, and what do I find? Why, the director of the academy himself facing off against one of the students, no less. Oh shit, you're dead. What were you thinking? No, if I could just explain, you see, it is a rather sad tale. Oh, spare me, your excuses reek worse than the stunkies behind. Oh shit, that's... Oh my god, that is fucking harsh, dude. Oh, dude, that... I will melt. Wonder if Bipu Hansen gonna sell at AMG this year? Don't know what that is. I need more of the Pokemon stickers. Oh, Stunky's behind. Remember, the big boss asked us to meet them in the schoolyard after dark. I'm counting on you, Master Droxen. You write a letter of apology to the students and faculty at once. And I'm reporting this to the chairwoman of the school board, made no mistake. Good gracious, no, anything but that, I implore you. Dude, Stunky's behind? That's sad. That is mega sad. A Karen? No, I don't think that's Karen behavior. That's an okay behavior. They're just doing their job. She's just doing her job. I understand that. Item drop power, raid power, egg power. Fairy steel, normal water fire, normal dragon. Ooh! Hey, this one has dragon in it. Look at that. Raid power dragon. I don't know what that means, but there's dragons in there. I'm eating this one. Yes. Please give it to me. Me loves these no fuck you, no explain everything moments in stories. It's kind of sad. Mango ice cream. Why am I so pissed? Why does my face look so pissed towards the end? Dude, this... I still hate this though, right? Like, I know the game is rushed. I know the game is like very, very rushed, but they could have done this better. Like, eating... being made like this is so depressing. Don't you think it's so depressing? Like, looking at this, they are not even eating something, they are eating air. The choco-coated almond melted in the heat of the weather and now I got a bowl of choco almonds. What? You still got choco almond, huh? Oh, my Pokemons are healed. But I need to wait until nighttime. How can I wait until nighttime? Is there a way to wait until nighttime? Eating air, it's easier than clipping through things. I would rather them just actually have at least minimal amount of animation to it. Even if they like clip through the foob. At least it to me seems like they're eating foob. And I want that. You know, it's way better than eating air. Like, I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't care, like, if they clip with food. Like, their mouth clip with food. Good gods, man. Eating air looks so depressing. It's almost the same, well, no, it's not the same case, but it just reminds me of a personal feeling of mine. But this is nothing related to Pokemon though, it's just my personal feeling. Like, when I see someone eat very fast to a point like okay, maybe I should put it like this. If I see someone eat like Goku in real life, I will actually cry. Like, something about people eating food like that makes me feel guilty and sad. That just makes me want to cry. Like, they're shoving the food into their mouth like a hungry dragon or some shit. Like, if I see that, I will actually cry. Like, it happened once, and then people just look at me. It's like, why are you crying? It's like, I don't know. And then after all, I just like figured out like, oh, it's because I see someone do this, and then I just cry for whatever reason. Like, oh shit. Must be a weird thing to have. But now I can go to... yeah, let's go to see Nebona first, since I need to wait until like nighttime. Hey! Spamton, hi! But why do you cry? Just some sort of a feeling that makes me want to cry. If they see, hey, why are you bullying me? No! You bully. Also, I hope you're doing good, Spamton. Hi. Whoa. It's some sort of a guilty feeling that I see people do that. No bully, only Gibby. Oh yeah, Spampton. Thanks for the photo last night. Appreciate. Is it like looking at the sped up sunset and feeling afraid of the galaxy's scale and power? No, not that. It's not that feeling. It's just I don't know how to explain it. Alright, let's go find Nemona. Not the feeling, but the feeling being there is what we meant. Oh, no. It's not just because me being there makes me cry. It's the fact that I'm looking at someone shoving... Like, they just eating super quickly, super fast. Like, they are eating like a...
Emotional damage!
Oh, it's like they're eating... It's like they didn't eat food for 10 days and then they're shoving food down like that. It makes me cry. Correct part. Had to do you probably eat yourself? Probably not. Oh, I think I can explain this a little bit better. Just a little bit though. It's something like oh, you know how you can feel like a secondhand embarrassment when other people, not you, do something that's like very embarrassing, and then you feel like a little bit of like, oh god, I feel bad for them, something like that. But then it's like me looking at someone eating food, shoving food down like that, crazy. And I just feel like sad for them. It's like they didn't eat food for days. Like they suffer from hunger for days. Welcome back, Nanok. Hopefully everything went well. Yeah, probably a different direction. Dog. Burb. God, I love this music. Who are you? I didn't... It's going to puzzle you for a while. I was puzzled by this a long time as well. I know the feeling, but I just don't know how to explain it. It's just a feeling of immense sadness when I see people do that. That will make me just like straight up cry tears. Like you can hear me clearly sobbing if I see people do that. Like, it's crazy. Ooh, shiny? Did I got a shiny? Pearl string? It's a shiny. It's a shiny baby! Oh my god! Why are you here? Look at you! Oh my god! It's a very shiny baby! Like, XU just might be the kobolds of kobold in Pokemon. If you see a kobold, just look at XU and then you know it's a kobold. God, that is so good. Picture taken before getting your butt kicked. Yeah, I don't want to kick its butt. No, it's so adorable. It's too cute. Oh wait, why? Ta-da! And then there's this. What's this? Oh god. What's this? I love this game. Oh yeah, how many pictures have I taken? Oh, no. 516? Nah, that's not as much as I thought. Only 516 pictures taken from, like, gosh. What a shame. I think I have about 800 pictures or 700 pictures taken in Monster Hunter Stories too. Hey! I'm only taking pictures, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, Blaster, okay. You wanna get bonked, huh? You wanna get bonked? Huh? You're just asking to get bonked, aren't you? God, this... Oh my god, oh, I feel I wanna fly. Breathe. Oh, that's a weird sensation. That's a weird sensation. Okay. One Terra Pokemon? Oh, where? Oh, you mean the Axew? Is it stronger? But then I already have a Hexorus though. Fish. Is that ground type? Sure. Ground type, if I bring Noivern in, I win. Oh! I already have Axew. I mean, I already have Hexorus. Unless it's like stronger than mine, but I have to retrain them. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Like, I have to retrain them. No duplicates? I'm okay with duplicates, honestly. Maybe I should capture it. I'll go back afterwards then. I mean, I can climb, so it's no big deal. Monkey Katsup. Bye bye. Bye bye, Monkey Katsup. We're eating salmon tonight, boys or girls. Let's go. Eating salmon tonight, girls. Oh my god, salmon. I don't know what happened to me. Oh my god, salmon. Oh jeez. I can't. I had Gyarados as my first pseudo dragon type, but it's like every time I play Get Fished, every time I play Pokemon, I always bring Gyarados. It's just getting a little bit old, so I kinda didn't bring Gyarados this one. They normally have a terror power that isn't their usual. Like, I found a flying Meowth on a fighting Growlithe? Oh, so they have the different terror type. I know you're not salmon, but I want you to be salmon. And you're going to my box. Grass Pokemon user? Ooh, I mean, I just love dragons so much. I need dragons. Like, y'all better send shiny and dragons my way. And the dragon is, a kobold is asking nicely. You get fished. Monkey. Who's that? Dog. Dog. That's a dragon Pokemon that's a building? Oh, you mean Duraludon? Is Duraludon here? Bye-bye. So this Rockruff is gonna be Psychic Terra type? I'm curious. Let me capture this. Oh, there's a crit. Me always wonder if it would be possible to enter it. To enter Duraludon? What if inside Duraludon is just all organs? Ooh, that's actually scary. Oh god. I'm not gonna think about that. Ooh, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Oh! Fuck! Oh, it is! It's a psychic Terra type. Oh shit, that's huge. Flashy interior. Whoa. No. I regret saying every single word, oh god, about Duraludon. God, goosebumps. Oh, where was it again? Around here, right? And I have to climb more up. I forgot where it is. Me adores flashy interior designs. I mean, if it's your cup, if it's your thing, then sure. I can respect that. I don't think it's in this game. I think it is. My brain not working. It's okay, my brain is not working all the time. No worries. Did you hear about the ultimate favorite Pokemon picker? No, is that... What is that? Ultimate favorite Pokemon picker? Is it like... Ooh, is it like I do something and then the thing is gonna choose a Pokemon for me? Oh, I wanna try it! Oh my god! Find your favorite Pokemon of each one? Of each generation, each type, and of all time? Oh! Oh, what am I looking at? Pick your favorites? I don't understand what this means. Uh-oh. Just pick? What should I pick? Here, let me show you my screen. Although I only have one monitor to work with, so I cannot look at chat, and also... I mean, I probably can. I can just, like, get the stream chat out for a little bit. Minimize the OBS. Wait, no. Hide this. Oh, there'll be no music though. So I have chat here. Where's my chat? Oh, the chat is not showing if I minimize OBS. Oh, God, you... Ah! Welcome to behind the scenes. Don't worry about it. Just pick what your brain tells you to pick or pass. But there's so many things here. Where am I? Pick your favorites, Dragon. Oh! Oh, this is gonna take a while. Alright, let's... This is definitely gonna take a while. What was I listening to again? I was listening to... South Province, this one. Okay, good. Okay, I have to go back to OBS to read the chat. And then you can select your favorite of the generation on the left from the ones you pick and the favorite of your type on the bottom. So I just need to pick everything in the chart first. So like if I choose normal and I have to pick one of these. Kangaskhan. Fire. Ooh. Actually, I like Ninetales more. Water? Water? Lapras is very fuckable. Grass? Oh, I don't have a favorite. I don't know who I like grass. What if I have none? What if I have none? Me already got stuck with the picker. Nami realized why me never tried it. Picky gives up. Why am I getting bonked? Grass is easy for me. Just choose the one that looks most smoochable. Alright. Smoochable. Bellsprout looks smoochable. I mean, have you seen that luscious lips now? Oh, Tangela! Oh shit, I'm choosing Tangela for reasons. Electric type. Burp Wind. Ice? Oh. Of course. Fighting? Gosh, I don't know. I mean, obviously people will pick Machamp, but it's just not my thing. No, nah, I'll choose Machamp. Poison. Oh, there's so many good poison type. This. Oh, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen. Flying. A flying. Ooh, this Aerodactyl. Psychic. Slowpoke. Bug. I should like Scyther a lot. Rock. Oh yeah, Aerodactyl. Ghost. It's so sad, only one. Hunter is looking good. Dragon? Actually, I like Dragonair more. Who is that? Who is... Oh, is that... Who is this? Who's that? Who's this? What's that? Why are they all bones? Are we putting in glitches now? Let me read the chat. Okay. In Gen 1 there was no dark type, so they put weird ones there. Oh. I mean, this looks cool. Alright, Steel. There's no... Gen 1 has... Steel is introduced in Gen 2. Oh, I guess it makes sense because there's only Gen 1 Pokemon. Okay, I mean, what can... Oh, you know, I'll get triple the fun. Fairy? Oh god, I don't like any of these. I guess Clefable is good. Starter? Yeah. Gimmick form? Oh, it's like Mega and Gigamantax. Lapras is so big? What is Meowth like this? Oh, it's fat Pikachu! Oh, there's a cool looking Aerodactyl. Who is this? Oh my god, they all look so good. Kangaskhan has a baby now? Oh, we have fat Gyarados. And is this Santa Claus? Santa Claus Crab? We have Dick and Balls Meowth. Okay. I don't know. What the fuck is this? Why is Slowpoke looking like that? Oh my god, that's cursed. Oh, that looks good. Is this Gigamantax Dynamax Charizard? Dude, Dynamax Charizard looks hot. But I have to go Lapras. Ooh, I like Icebird. Favorite number 1? Oh god. Actually, if I were to choose a favorite, I would actually choose either Lapras or Nidoqueen. And actually, I think Nidoqueen wins like all of these favorite ones. Long can. They made some new types retroactively for this list, so it's non-canon for dark type then. Sorry you guys are seeing like the infinite void every time I want to read the chat. Oh, I can use my phone for this. Sorry, I forgot. Why did I not think of using the phone, huh? Here, give me a second. Chat. There we go. Okay, I can see a chat on my phone now. Good. Alright, let's continue this one. That's Gen 1. Let's do this for a bit. This is Gen 2, right? Gen 2, normal? Ooh. Well, who can deny? Fire, Typhlosion. Typhlosion. Water, Totodile. Grass. Ooh. I like Hoppip a little bit more. But actually, Bayleaf looks cool. Nah, I want Hoppip. Marie. Ice? Sneasel. Or is there Weasel? I don't know. Fighting. None of these. But I guess if I had to choose Heracross. Poison. Quillfish? Quillfish? Quillfish. Ground. Oh. Oh, there's Larvitar as well. Oh shit. Oh, Quagmire or Larvitar. Oh god. Quagmire wins. Flying. Lugia wins. Oh, actually, let me double check. Oh, is Skarmory... Isn't Skarmory Gen 3? I think that... So each cell has less in them for the first gen. Huh. I thought Skarmory is 3rd gen. Just trying a different picture in the meantime. We'll share what me thinks of that as well. Don't know how different it is. Oh no, you're putting all unknown in here? Actually, I like Stoking. Bug. Who can resist Shuckle? Rock? Mmm. Oh. Oh, can I actually leave a field empty? Is it possible to leave a field empty? Because if so, then there's like a field that I want to leave it empty. I mean, this one is like... You could? Oh, okay then. Let's see. This one, I don't really have one. Which one just now? Grass. Actually, I don't want to pick one here. This one, I don't want to pick one. A ghost type, actually... I mean, Hunter is pretty okay. Steel, none. Yeah, the rest is the rest looks good. Ghost, no. Dragon. Oh, Kingdra is dragon type. I forgot. But Kingdra is okay to me. You know what? For it's so sacrilegious, but I'm gonna leave a dragon blank here. No, I can't leave a dragon blank. Where's the fun in that? So it'll be best to not leave a blank space, is what you're trying to say? I mean, is Tyranitar dark type? Fuck, I didn't know. Skarmory. They're so small to a point I cannot see them. Azumarill looks okay, I guess. Azumarill? Yeah. Oh, Starter? Oh, Totodile. Gimmick form. Whoa, what is this? Whoa, look at Tyranitar! What the fuck? Whoa, I never seen that before. Holy shit, Tyranitar looks even more cooler. Oh, Emperor Screw Fur! Whoa, they both look so good. I'm picking Tyranitar. I cannot resist that. Legend. Lugia. Lugia number 1. Okay, I'm not gonna leave any spot empty then. So I choose this one, choose this one. I chose Machamp and then Tangela. Favorites. Totodile wins forever. Alright, 3rd gen. Ooh. Normal. Oh, Swablu is normal? Yeah. Fire. Chicken. Water. Oh yeah, that's Milotic, of course. Milotic. Oh, Sceptile. I don't care about the other ones. Electric? Electric's pretty good. Spiel, number 1. Fighting. Chicken. Poison. Survivor. Growl. Ooh, Flygon is good. But Groudon. Ooh, Groudon is looking hard. Orb. Yeah, Sphere is just Orb. Sphere is good. Gosh, I have to choose Groudon. Flying? Salamancer Rayquaza! Who is this? Is this Dark Lugia? I never seen this one before. God, I love Salamence, but I love Rayquaza. And I love Altaria. Ooh, it's so hard to choose. You know, I have a fluffy bird here. I just have to choose Salamence. I have to have a legendary here. A Psychic. I mean, I guess. Dark Lugia. It was only one game? Whoa. Here, let me check that link. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Whoa, it's in Nintendo GameCube. Choo. What? Look at Ladybug. Oi, there. Ooh, I need to look at the icon again. Did you show the icon again? No, not here. No, it didn't show the icon. Look at this. Oh, wait, why can't I not zoom in? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. That's such a good face. Oh, this is as much as I can go. 500%. That's a nice eye. Alright, thanks Nanook. I actually didn't know games like this exist. Alright, let's continue this one. Oh, what's this called again? I forgot. Anorith? Is this called Anorith? I don't remember. I think it is. Personal favorite. Rock. Of course, it's gonna be Aggron. Ghost. Sableye because gems. Dragon. Oh, we have Bacon here, I forgot. Bacon is cute though. But Flygon? I need a Flygon here. I'll put Flygon here. Dark. Dark. I actually love Poop. I like this one a little bit. What's his name again? The evolution of Poochyena? Mightyena, I think. Yeah, Mightyena. Steel. Well. Fairy. Not a single one that I like. Oh, Mobile is cool. Starters? Yep. Gimmick form. Oh god. Whoa, is that Altaria? Oh shit, look at Rayquaza. Oh dude, Rayquaza looks so hot here. I have to choose Rayquaza. Legendary? Yeah. Favorite? Sceptile, actually. Sceptile is great. But then there's Survivor. Oh, Spiel though. Oh god. Nah, I have to go for Survivor. I need some more snake representation. Gen 4, it's hard for me to choose for Gen 4 because I skipped Gen 4 and I never really played Gen 4. So there might be a bit of a problem. I'll choose based off of appearance then. I know this is like Arceus, right? But then Burb. Fire? Monkey? Who is this? I know this is Magmar. Sort of a Magmar. This one... I'll choose this one. That doesn't look... Palkia? Is this Palkia or something else? If there's grass that's chosen by me in a heartbeat... Rotom Oven Mode Fire? Oh, there's Rotom? Okay. As much as I want to choose Palkia, this fish looks good. Grass. Oh, hey, Leafeon is here. Electric. Oh, there it is. It's all Rotom here. And we have Pichu and Pichu. We have double Pichu. I guess I have to go for the obvious one. Weavile? Oh, who is this? This looks good. I want that one. Fighting? Oh, well. Poisons? Drapion. I know Drapion. Oh no. Garchomp. Garchomp. Garchomp forever. Flying. Oh, this one looks good. Oh, sorry. Oh god. Okay. Brustless, I think. Oh. Psychic. Don't know any of these. I'll choose this one. Skorupi. Rock type? Yo, the rock type all looks like dragon. Oh, look at this. Oh, what a unit! I'm choosing you. Ghost? Wow. Oh, hey, it's Frostlass again. Giratina. Giratina. Dragon. Oh, I cannot choose the other ones. Dark. Drapion. Steel. Ooh. I mean, honestly, these Palkia and whatever Kia that is looks so good. Hi, Justin. Licking Rowlet, hey? Hope you're doing good. I'm using my phone to watch the chat, so... The Pokemon we found has some confusing prompts. It's like Pokemon to be eliminated, and me wasn't sure if it meant pick the better one or pick to eliminate. Oh. To be forced to choose a favorite among the grass starters, my heart. Suicatito? Huh? It's my overall favorite of Suicatito. I know what that is. Fairy. Oh my god, I don't like two of these. Starter? I don't really like the starter. Oh, Piplup. And the picker don't have enough undo to correct the miscommunication either. It was picked to favorite, so he kicked all my favorites out. Oh my god, that's sad. Whoa, Garchomp. Legend. I don't really like Arceus. I like Giratina more. Favorite, Garchomp. Garchomp. Alright, 5th gen. Oh boy, back to my known territory. Salzbuck. Definitely Salzbuck. Winter form. Fire? Well. Water. Actually, the tortoise looks good. I forgot what this is. It's a fossil Pokemon, I think. Grass. Survivor. Oh, it's not Survivor. I forgot. Snivy? I forgot what this is called. Zekrom. 5th gen legendary is truly legendary. This is ice? Oh, Curium is ice? So Curium fused with Reshiram or Zekrom? Reshiram. Fighting type Cobalion? I don't know about this. I mean, they don't... Oh, Mian Xiao, yep. This one. Ground. Crocodile. I actually like the second one more. Flying type. Ooh. Oh! This one. Archon. Archon. Psychic. Gosh, I don't know about Psychic. It feels like I always suffer at Psychic. I don't know which Psychic do I like. Oh, this one is hard to pick. I guess I have to choose this bad. Bug. Well. Rock? Archon. Ghost? Oh, I don't like these. I guess I can choose the sarcophagus. I forgot what this one is called. Dragon! Oh my god! There's so much good dragons in Gen 5. That's the thing. Hexorus. Hydreigon. I forgot what this one is called. Reshiram, Zekrom, Curium, Fusion. Gosh, there's so many good dragons in Gen 5. This is hard to pick. I fucking love Hexorus, but I fucking love Hydreigon. And also there's Reshiram and Zekrom. You know what? I picked Reshiram and Zekrom already back here. I'm gonna choose Hexorus because Hexorus is pure dragon type. At least Hydreigon is here, so yeah. Hydreigon is also dark type. Steel. I guess I have to choose this one. Yeah, it's hard to pick when it's like everything that you like. Yeah, it hurts. It fucking hurts. Starter? Yep. We have either cute or trash, man. Cute or trash. Dude, I don't know. This one looks chaotic enough to me to pick it. Legendary? Reshiram still #1 in my book. Favorite? Oh, God. Favorite is hard to pick. Cute or trash? I chose trash. Because the cute has nothing much to look at. Oh, it's hard to pick. I'm sorry, but I just like... I like Reshiram too much. Got my grid done. Yay, and now it's safe on my PC. Nice. This is gonna take a while for me. Alright, this is 6th gen. Back to my unknown territory. Chicha! I win. Sorry? Delphox wins forever? What the type? Oh, this one is here, the kelp. Oh, this one is 6th gen? Shit, I'll choose that one. Grass? Oh. Oh, wait, look, it's... Look, Sceptile is here, I have to choose Sceptile. Chicha! Oh my god, Chicha! Yep. Whoa, dragon! Is this fighting type? Whoa, look at the chicken! I want it. Is this... Oh, this is the evolution? I'm picking it. Oh, it's Garchomp. Whoa. Oh, it's Salamence. Oh wait, it's Noivern. Yep. Delphox, thank you. Yeah, first when grass types are your favorite. Oh, you don't need to pick all the types? What's with all the Vivillons? Do I have to choose a favorite pattern of Vivillon? I mean, I guess I like... This one is not bad. Oh, oh, more dragon! Oh god. Whoa, whoa. Oh, look at this, a T-Rex! I want it. We have a tree. Oh, this is in Pokemon Unite, so is this one. Wait, is this Sableye? Is this Sableye? Is that Sableye? Hello? That is actually Sableye. Got a gem. That's mine. So you just speedrun grass, oh. Dragon type, okay, dragon type. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, Ampharos is dragon type? Mega Ampharos is dragon type? Really? Dude! Mega Ampharos is dragon type. I didn't know that. Gosh, I have to pick Noivern. Oh, Yveltal is good. Wait, why am I not seeing Xerneas? Isn't Xerneas like grass type? Wait, Xerneas is not grass type. This is steel type. Steel. Is this Aggron? I think it is. Fairy type? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a fairy type! Bacon burb. Well, I have to choose Xerneas. This is Starter. Delphox wins forever. This is gimmick form. Oh my god, that's so much. I actually like this one. Like, I do like Charizard. I never get to choose Charizard X. I guess I'll choose it here. Legendary. Why is that dog? Who is that? What is this? Why is that Ultraman shit? Why is Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza here? Aren't they Gentry? Noivern. Favorite Noivern. This is Gen 7, right? Whoa, what is that? That looks so good! Primal forms, extra strong. Oh, no wonder they look a little bit different. Whoa, that looks so good. Also, we have Grandpapa that looks like a dragon. I think that's a dragon. Are you a dragon? Oh, you are? Okay. Well, I'll put you here then. Oh, well. Salazar. We are now in Salazar territory. What the... Nothing really tickles me. So strong they were everywhere in tournament, from memory, especially Groudon. Ooh. Can you bring legendary to tournaments? Huh. I don't know who this is, but that looks cool. Grass. Oh shit, Rowlet. What is this? Why are there so many Pikachu? Pikachu? Electric Rock? Oh, burp. Oh, I love the Ninetales, yeah. Whoa, who is this? I want it. Cecil. What is this again? Ground type? Not very... Not what I like. Prima Promarina? Promarina? Who's Promarina? I have to choose a donkey then. What type is this? Is this flying? Flying. Oh, we have a dancing burb. I'm choosing a dancing burb. Oh, it's Lunala. I have to choose Lunala. Lunala is psychic? Whoa. The beautiful mermaid lion. Oh, is it from water type? Is it this one? Must be. I hope I'm not blocking it because I cannot see what's going on in OBS. This is bug type. What the fuck? Whoa, this bug is swole. Isn't this in Pokemon Tournament? Oh, not Pokemon Tournament, in Pokemon Unite. Well, I don't recognize the other ones. I'll choose the swole bug. That's my favorite if you hold me at gunpoint. Hey, that's a fair choice. This is a rock or ground type. Well, there's dog. I have choose the rebellious dog. That's the ultra beast of buffness. Oh, Lunala. Dragon. Oh, there's a dragon type? Definitely. Who is that? Who is this? Who is that? What the fuck is this? Executor? What the heck is that? I'm liking this one more. What the? What? What is this? Why is this mega jank ass slime? I don't know what I don't know anymore. I mean, that will appear in dragon type. I don't play a lot of Unite now. Same. I don't even play like at all. Yeah, blocking it whenever the list goes to the right. Oh, sorry. I don't know how to unblock it though. Maybe I should just hide myself for now. Let me just hide myself for now then. It's okay, I'll still be here. Yay! This is Steel type. Whoa, who is this dog? Oh, Sand Slash? But ice? Sure. Fairy type? Oh, Alola Ninetales is fairy type? Yep. Starter? Rounded. This is gimmick form, I think. I kinda like this Marowak. That's Marowak, I think. The Muck. That's Muck? The Muck is an oil spill, so it gets all the rainbow color. That's Muck. Oh my god. Where is it again? Poison type? Yeah. Oh my god, that's Muck? That's weird. The mascot legendary dog. This is legendary Lunala. Favorite Sazzle. This is Gen 678, Gen 8. Oh, we have Dick and Balls Meowth. Sprigatito and Meowscarada for the win. Sprigatito. Meowscarada. Is that big fluffy ass Eevee? Oh my god. Oh wait, I recognize this Pokemon. This one was all over the internet. Gen 8. is when we ultimately gave up on caring. I guess I choose this one. It's Cole! Whoa, who is this? Is it Typhlosion but purple? Oh god, I wanted to choose a Cole, but it's Typhlosion but purple. I already chose Lapras, so I'll examine Lapras from here. Who is that? What the fuck is this? What? Whoa, huh? Inteleon. Actually, I like Sobble more. Grass. Are these... Oh, those are the Apple Dragons! These are Dragon types. I had this one. I'm gonna choose this one. Electric type? Who is that? What is this? looks like a T-Rex. It kind of this one looks a little bit like a T-Rex as well. What the fuck is going on? Toxtricity though. Oh, that's a good dog. Ooh, these are some good. Oh, and Fat Pikachu, by the way. Oh shit. As much as I want to choose two of these, like T-Rex like, I kind of like Toxtricity. Toxtricity low key. Ice type, huh? Oh, I can choose it here? Well, there you go. Oh, we got dogs. We got all the dogs here. Dog. Meetings be heard, it's not really good, but they exist. Good enough. Well, that's a huge mouth, Gengar. Oh, why is this Slowpoke like dying? What is that? Whoa, what is... Holy shit, Toxicity. You know, this time I choose Hikey. Snake! Snake! Whoa, Burb! Are you eating Pikachu? Are you eating Pikachu? Just because of that, I'll choose you. Psychic type. Is this Slowpoke? That Slowpoke looks a little bit weird. But it's Slowpoke. Oh, that's a good looking Durr. Is this Standler? The second gen deer? It's a big centipede. Oh, Cole? Cole. Firm guest of honor. Are they announcing it already? Oh, I just received the message. We have our guest of honor for firm twin. KK flip note? What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. Dude, CT CT got KK flip note, that's insane. Shit, well that makes all oh, Dragapult. Oh, we have the building. With the building dragon. I'll choose the building dragon. Dark type? Don't know what this is, but it looks cool. I already chose dog, so I'll try not to choose it again. Oh, this one looks different. You know, I'll choose this different dog. I'll be they look the same. Fairy type? Oh, the dog is fairy type. Then I'll choose the other one then. I like the burb. And I'll choose the dog here with wings. Oh, I like this purple fire though. This is gimmick form, right? Gimmick form. Wow, there's so many. Oh, jeez. These are all the legendaries? That looks so weird. Wait, a horse is now a legendary? Oh, the dog is a legendary? Oh god, what is this game? A dog is a legendary now? I mean, to be fair, we have Koraidon as legendary, so... I guess I shouldn't... Oh, is this dog but different? I'm choosing this one. Favorite? Mamadurg. Alright, Gen... this. Scarlet Violet. Cyclizar. Moto Tokage. Fire type? Fuecoco. Water type? Oh, I don't have Walking Wake, but I love Walking Wake. Grass type? Ooh. Who is this? Never seen this one before. But the kitty honestly looks pretty good.
I can tell you which one is my favorite, and it's also visible on your screen at all times.
Oh.
It is. Yes, very surely is. Assuredly, it is. The one and only, it is. Your mouse cursor.
My mouse cursor is still a Pokemon. Oh, Miraidon is attack? Miraidon is electric type? Yeah. Who are you? Oh, are you Frigibax? Oh my god, that's how you look like? Yeah. Whoa, look at Koraidon though. Sure. That looks good. Yes. Whoa, is this new Hydreigon? Shit. I chose mouse cursor. I think it's one of the paradox form. Don't worry about it for now. Alright. If I really have to choose, I might choose this one. Girafarig. This is bug type, right? Gosh. I like this grasshopper baby. The grasshopper baby. This is steel? Rock. Rock. Gosh. This looks like Tyranitar. What the fuck? There's so many Pokemon I don't know. This is Ghost. Oh, Ghost! Singing crocodile. This is Dragon type. Ooh, look at the dragons. Ooh. What? Who is this? Whoa, holy shit! Oh my god, can I get it? Is this Salamence? That looks like Salamence. That looks insane! Whoa. It sure looks like Salamence. Walking away. Walking away. Can't demand something, gotta figure that out. Alright, Pinky. Take care of the kitty. Dark type? Dark type? Hydreigon. I don't know what that is, but nah, I'm gonna choose this one. I don't know what that is though. This is steel. Oh, worm! Fairy type? Dog. Starter? Fuecoco. Oh, is this gimmick form? The gimmick form is so weird. I like Whooper the most. No, Meowscarada in dark. You adores duck type. Hey, there's this dragon light thing, alright? This is legendary. Koraidon. Favorite? Well, it has to be Koraidon. Alright, normal type favorite. Oh, this is tough. This is fucking tough. Oh, fuck. Dude, how can I choose one of all of these? Oh, that's fucked. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, I like this Jijak though, and then there's this Cyclizar. Cyclizar. Fire type? Oh, well, at least that's an easy one. Water type? Walking Wing or Lapras or Totodile or Milotic. They're all so fucking good. This is brutal. I never seen a Walking Wake before and I want it. Okay, how about this? It's either Totodile, Lapras or Milotic. God. And Lapras is so fuckable though. Rowlet or Sceptile? Oh, this one. I forgot what their name is. I love Sceptile a lot more. Miraidon or Zekrom? Or Jijak? Mareep? Oh, they're all so good. I'm gonna cry. This is tough. This is fucking tough. Yeah, I'll choose Zekrom for this. Okay, I already chose Lapras. No repeats, alright? No repeats. Orb? Actually, I like this dino, even though I've never seen it before. This is fighting type. Koraidon is fighting type? Dude, Koraidon is fighting type. God damn. Oh my god. Koraidon is gonna punch the shit out of everyone. I already chose Salazzle. Oh, Nidoqueen? Oh, this one is good. Survivor! Ah! Survivor. Garchomp? Oh no. I wanted to choose Nidoqueen here. This is tough. I have to put Nidoqueen somewhere. Oh, this is terrible. Look at all the good ones here. Oh my god. Ah. This is so tough. Noibun. Psychic. Lunala. Bug. I mean, this bug looks good. God, this T-Rex looks so good though. And then this Tyranitar. I choose this one. Woo. This is Ghost type. I'll choose this one. Dragon type? Oh. Okay, Noivern is already here. I haven't chose Garchomp yet. But then Hexorus is only Dragon type. Hexorus. Dark type Hydreigon? Tyranitar? Yveltal? Actually, I kind of like Hydreigon a lot. Skarmory or Worm? Worm! Not the buff bug for the hugs. I mean, For the hugs, it's nice, but I'm scared. You have to take into consideration that I'm only 106 cm though. Like, I'm super small. I might get destroyed. The bombastic side-eye. Very tight, Cerneus. Favorite starter? Have I chosen Stealfox? Ah, Totodile though. 172? Well, that's me personally, but Cobalt is 106. Can we trade? Totodile. This is gimmick form. I'll choose Garchomp here then. Legendary. I already chose Koraidon. Let's choose Reshiram. And then the favorites of favorite. The favorite of favorite. The favorite of favorite. How do I even choose this one? So Drox is short. I guess 172 is short, but my Cobalt character is like 106, so super small. But since when you added Button Lapras is so fun. Good quote. This is close to being impossible. Is it being destroyed a price worth paying? But then again, it's not a dragon though. So unless it's a dragon, it's not really worth it in my book anyway. You can also choose the other boxes below to delay that decision. I'm gonna delay this decision. Oh god. Oh, you mean these ones? Favorite regional bird? Oh! I fucking hate Wingull. Oh, Hoot is nice. I want Hoot. Regional mammal. Jijakun. Favorite regional bug. Regional bug. Wurmple or this one. I think I like this one a little bit more. Favorite pseudo legend. Oh no. Every single one of here. Well, not every single one, but almost every single one of here is my favorite. What the fuck? I use all pseudo legend? Oh god. Garchomp or Dragapult? Good morning, Lex. Hi. Welcome to me suffering to pick my favorite Pokemons. I'm using phone to look at chat right now, so yeah, all good. Garchomp or Dragapult? 1、2、3、4、5，妈妈打屁股，打到一只小老鼠。I cannot choose. Garchomp. Pikachu clone? Fat Pikachu. Evolution? Leafeon. Favorite fossil? Oh, these are fossil Pokemons. Oh shit, there's so many of my favorites here. You're a fossil Pokemon? Oh my god, you look so good. Oh no. Oh, the dinosaur is here. Oh, this Aerodactyl, Kabutops. Oh my god, there's so many good ones. This design looks too good. Favorites? Oh dear, always a hard choice. Yeah. super hard choice right now. I don't know who this is, but this looks so good. Like, the design of this T-Rex right here is honestly a lot better than the rest. I'm choosing this one. Regional form. Oh my god. Scanning. This one looks good. Gigamantaxu. Oh, we have Dick and Balls Meows here. Dick and Balls Meow. Favorite Gigamantaxu. Charizard looks really good. Yeah. Box Legendary. Box Legendary? Oh, you mean on the front cover? Go right on. Mythical? Oh, Arceus is mythical? Weird. I don't like much of these. Zeraora maybe? Zeraora or Arceus? But then Arceus is like the meta pick. It feels like Arceus is like the meta pick. Don't you think? I guess liking a god is not wrong, I guess. Celebi, not my type, I would say. I'll choose Arceus. Ultra Beast. What are these? I don't recognize any of these. Oh, that's a cute one. Paradox? Oh, these are all Paradox Pokemon? Oh, the Titan Pokemons are Paradoxes. Oh shit! Oh, it's already here. No. Okay, no repeats. Favorite type? Gosh, this is so easy. Favorite ball? What is this? What the fuck? Where is There's not a dragon type ball, is there? What is that ball? Yeah, I don't see dragon type ball here, but I would choose luxury ball. They are the balls from Legend Arceus. Oh, okay. No wonder I have no idea. Favorite Spinda? What do you mean, favorite Spinda? Whoa, wait, really? There's always so many forms of Spinda? I didn't know that. But I gotta skip this one. I don't even know like Spinda. This is so this is so like subtle. Favorite Vivillon. Favorite Alcremie? Whoa. This one is so much to eat. I'm just thinking about, do you see how much cake there is? I'm eating this one. Click the team box and the Pokemon from the grid to assign it. Team does not change with the grid. I mean, they're made of cake. Oh my god. How is this even possible? I mean, if I can, I'll definitely have walking wake with me. Dragapult. Garchomp? Garchomp. But I don't think... let's not put Legendary in here. As much as I love Koraidon. I'll skip Legendary for my team. Got my team. It's my team. And of course, last but not least, my favorites of favorite. God damn it! How do you choose this one? I'm like juggling between Noivern, Salazzle, Lapras, and Totodile. Cake. Oh, look at Calfire's cake. Ooh, huge. I might choose Noivern. Like, even has been taken care of. Nice. I want to choose Noivern, but I feel bad for the other ones. Like, I love all of them. Whoa.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Crickliz.
Yeah, Crickliz. Salazzle though. You're right, Breen. You're right. Hi, Breen. Salazzle, Noivern. Although I kind of have this kind of a question this morning as well. Dom asked that if I were to choose one and only one Pokemon to bring around with in real life, I chose Noivern. Although I did say I was juggling between Noivern and Salazzle as well. Salazzle because Salazzle has the ability to produce a certain pheromone. Let's keep it that way, right? I'll stop there. So that's why I'm very inclined to bringing Salazzle. And Salazzle seems more common. Probably easier to take care of as well. Salazzle will enslave roughly half of humanity. So enslave if it's willing. Okay. This is getting unhinged. I feel like I might pick Salazzle for this one. I'm actually gonna pick Salazzle. I'm picking Salazzle. There. It is done. I did it. I have my grid. Can I download it? Oh, download image, right? Look at that. It's here now. Oh, I can put it into Discord, yeah. I understood. But let me hide my screen first and let me just... how do I... No, actually, I can just press 9, I forgot. Nudge, nudge. Nudge, nudge. Oh, you have to put it on Twitter as well? Sure. I'll do it. Let me just... Doop. Okay, I downloaded the image. Now I can read chat again with OBS. That was a tough one. That took a while. Okay, let me put it into my Discord real quick. Oh, you guys are already putting it in. That was quick. Here's mine. Dragon's #1. There, I put mine. Enjoy my grid. I'll post it to Twitter afterwards. Put Salazzle on throne. Salazzle is definitely on throne now. I mean, as much as I say Dragon's #1, Salazzle would just use the pheromones and win. Don't you think? Also, thanks for the shout out, Pinky. Really appreciate you helping me shout out those amazing peeps out there. Alright, now I can do this. I'm back. Yep, I'm glad I put Limzot at #1. Salazzle. Salazzle. Let's go do it. Let's go find Nemona. We're doing the champion road, ne? Ooh. Oh, look at Dunsparce. Dunsparce is so adorable, by the way. Oh. It's you again. We meet again, Psyduck. Look at you. Oh my god. No. Oh my god, stop. I'm gonna melt. God, I love you so much. Not as much as dragons and Salazzles though. Hey. Oh, I fought you before, okay. I should have captioned it as Salazzle #1. Duck type, best type. Feels like I have to agree there. Well, not my best. My best type is definitely dragon types. Oh. Salazzle is a lot smaller than I thought. Salazzle is great. Hey, am I close to being there? Wait, where am I going? Heckin', I'm going the wrong way! Wait, didn't I set destination here? Nope, I'm not moving, I'm not moving. Cool beans, let's go back. Go trade one duck? How? Was besös als enten das Bus door nog erfunden worden? I have successfully butchered your language and I'm so sorry. It's just sitting... Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh, that's new. Oh my god, that's new. Oh my god, please do not move. You are... So no, fuck, I'm so sorry. God damn it. I feel sad though. Fully agree with wrong. How? That's new? Been in game since start? Yeah. That's how you know the game offers so much more. You're just gonna look for it. Well, the things are rare, it just makes looking at them like even more worth. It makes me excited to go explore the map, to look for new things, know what I mean? I never seen a deerling sit like that. What the fuck? Hi! Well, that's rare. Yeah. Let me show you the power of false swipe. I found a 001 false there. Now you can cheese enemy AI. Huh? How? Ooh, that's spooky. They can trade online. Yeah, but who has the duck that wants to trade their starter Pokemon with me? False swipe. Luxury ball. Look at that, luxury ball OP. Let's go. Tricky fox Pokemon. It changes into the form of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. Silent child? Why do you have to say? Why do you have to mention that, Pokédex? What do you mean by that? If they didn't update it, enemies should never catch on that it's dark type. Ooh. People bred started to get shiny, isn't it? How do you even breed shiny? I don't know. I don't know how real Pokemon works. I only play Pokemon to explore. And all the other nitty-gritties, I don't even know what's going on. Me only breeds gets that. If he gets a shiny as a side product, yay for trading. Pokemon is all egg things, much egg, very snuggle. True, all Pokemon comes with an egg, which also have the conundrum of the egg comes first or Arceus comes first, you know, the question. You never know, man, you never know. Am I supposed to be here? I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. Whoa, who's that? Is that Garchomp flying? Is that Garchomp flying? No fucking way. That is Garchomp flying! Garchomp knows how to fly? Wait. I always thought Garchomp doesn't know how to fly. Huh? Garchomp, do you actually know how to fly? I'm dumbfounded. I am actually dumbfounded. Where am I going? I'm going to the south, okay. We saw that Arceus do the egg, so Arceus comes first? The first Pokemon egg was the sun that birthed Arceus. I just made that out and I would think of that as canon until proven otherwise. Fair? I mean, it is a question that doesn't have a real answer to it, so yeah, I'm just curious on how what your take will be for the questions like that. It's almost like Did the chicken come first or egg comes first? Those questions like that, they break me. I actually saw a flying Garchomp. It's so funny. Flying Garchomp though. Will I be blessed by flying Garchomp again? You mean the egg Arceus comes from? Not the three dragons of space time and whatever the third was again? Oh fuck, I don't know what that is. Hey, there it is. Pokemon League. I assume I have to fight Nemona here first before going in, or do I fight Nemona the last one? I think I have to fight Nemona last, because Nemona is like the champion already. $500 trainer with no break. I'm not you. I'm not gonna do that. She's kinda hashed and made the world according to legend. Fair enough. Wait, that's not how I'm supposed to be here, right? I at least have to go through the caves. I should at least go through the cave, don't I? Oh boy, I skipped through the whole thing. Oops. Oops. Yes. What? It did, huh? This is Pokemon League you're talking about. What are you doing here? Oh bitch, I got hit. Why are you level 14 here? But isn't this the Pokemon League? Who cares? True. It is an open world game, so yeah, totally. Probably gonna find some neat Pokemon here. They're just random bystanders, they're just here to visit. Oh man, I feel bad now. I just ruined someone's day by killing them. Well, not killing them, but destroying their huh? Huh. That's new. A cutscene? Well, not a cutscene, but... What? This is the school, isn't it? It's that damn easy? I don't need to go through all that shit and just go through... Yeah, sure. Sure, alright game, okay. Alright, okay. Yeah, game, I see how it is. Alright, I see how it is. Thanks, game, thanks. Fucking fuck you. What the hell is this? I just go... What? The Pokemon League is so accessible like this? Just like this? My god, man. It's not like Victory Road anymore. It's like you have to go through like some fucking terrible ass caves and then just like getting destroyed inside. Really? Taking on the league? Yeah. You look like you got promise, kid. Let's give you a challenge to grow on. Kebi Bako. Oh, now we're talking. What if What if like... Oh, what if I'm like level 1? Like I just started playing Pokemon and then I accidentally stumble upon this road and I fight this guy. It's like, oh, you want to take on the league? Let me test you out. And then I throw away, I threw out Pokeball level 8, level 8 Fuecoco, and then they got level 56 Crocodile. It's like, sure, man. They're not Dragon type, right? Yeah, they're not Dragon type. I want to meet the good trainers instead of actually training myself. Ooh. Bronzong? Oh, I'm tired of dealing with steel types. I'll burn you. You know what I can do with Salazzle? I can toxic the steel type. Go Salazzle! What the fuck? Oh shit, no. No, this is bad. This might not kill. Oh, because of raid dance! Oh, I win. Oh, I win. Thanks, game. You're the best. They probably just tell you to turn around and come back later. Probably. But what if I lose against them? Ceruledge? Sounds like a water type Pokemon? I mean, sounds like, I have no idea actually. Emergency ball! Bronzong! Bring a bunch of level 1 rats and power level. Oh, you're a fire Pokemon. That's a lot more painful than I thought. Oh! Yeah, good thing I switched out. If it's Salazzle, Salazzle would die. Salazzle cannot handle psychic attacks. Good job, team. Good job. Ah, did you get some growth out of that? Yeah, thanks. Dog. Dog. Oh my god. Dog. Look at you! Oh my god. That is the best boy ever? Behold, dog! We're back in back in Elden Ring. What's that? And then we have Eaglypuff. Baby. Why is it always dog? Dog ahead. That's a very good dog. Very, very good dog indeed. I think I already captured that one. Alright, here we go. Cyclizar is going to be my first Pokemon. I don't even know what TM is good. Close combat? Flare Blitz? High Power Beam? Buck Buzz? Ovahito? The user can move for the next turn? Wow. Phantom Force? Dog jump for joy. Misty can't get over TM being consumables again. I actually never played a game where TM is non-consumable, so I cannot... I don't... Pledge? When used with its grass counterpart, this move's power is boosted and a vast sea of fire appears. What does that even mean? Are there still CDs you somehow shove into Pokemons? Looks like it. Blizzard, no one can learn Blizzard. Misty terrain, psychic terrain, grassy terrain, electric. Earth power. Makes the ground under the target erupt with power. May also lower the target SP defense. Whoa. I cannot make it though. Baton Pass, Pollen Puff, Helping Hand, Calm Mind, Amnesia, Play Rough, Thunderbolt though? Whoa. Cyclizar can learn Thunderbolt? Flamethrower. Garchomp learning Flamethrower? Ooh. Whoa, you can learn Ice Spinner! I could give Ice Spinner for Cyclizar. Replacing Rapid Spin. TMs are crap low with stuff you can find. I understand why it's less desirable. It sounds very less desirable. Like if I can use TM infinitely, that would be much better than whatever this is, to be honest. Heavy Slam. Oh, Noivern can learn Psychic? Ooh. In DD Fur? The heck is the In DD? Heat Wave. Exhaling hot breath on opposing Pokemon may also leave them with a burn. Accuracy 90 though. Dragon Pulse? Swablu Fluff, oh my god. Shadow Ball. Tailwind? Oh, this attack never misses. No one can use that. You can drain, nope. Liquidation? The user slams into the target using a full force blast of water. It is also leave target. Lower the target's defense stat? Back in your teenage days, ooh. Get headbutt? Now your whole team can headbutt. Wow, so convenient. That sounds very fucking convenient, yes. Swaps the target held item of its own. Ooh. Crunch. Drill Run? Excisor? Substitute? Gun Shot? The user shoot 50 garbage to target attack, may also poison the target. Should I get this instead of Venoshock? Like, I can definitely give this to Senator, but then I'm afraid the accuracy, because accuracy is only 80. Dragon Dance? Ooh. I need Noibat Fur? Yeah, Dragon Dance is so good though! Yeah, it's only 5 PP as well. It's not that good, but the power of 120... Oh, it's physical. Then it's not for Salazar then. God, I should have killed all the Noibats. Yeah, 5 PP means it must be really good. I mean, a power of 120 is super strong. Fly? Eerie Impulse? Leech Life? Dark Pulse? Flush Cannon? Toxic Spikes? Body Press? Slamming its body into the target. The higher the user's defense stat, the greater the damage this move deals. Whoa! Just don't add this to tell me that amount, true. Fat Full Net. Hi. Sorry if I butcher your name. Welcome in. Driven by frustration, the user attacks the target. The move's power is double if the user's previous move failed. Oh. No one can learn Dazzling Gleam. My team is all Dragon. Dragon Claw? Whoa, everyone can learn Dragon Claw. Light Screen? Reflect? Ooh. Oh, look at Dragon Ball. Can learn both Light Screen and Reflect. Cool. Seek Bam? Sleep Talk? Everyone can learn Sleep Talk. The user randomly uses one of the moves it knows. The move can only be used while you use. Oh, no wonder. Okay, okay. Ice Punch. No one can punch. Alright. Bulk Up? Psychic Fangs? Shadow Claw sounds good though. Also break barriers such as Light Screen and Reflect. Whoa! I kind of want to give one non-dragon attack for Hexorus. Because Hexorus has 3 dragon attacks, it might be a little bit tough.
Satu, Dua, Tiga, Empat, Empat Belas, Empat Pulo Satu, Empat Pulo Dua, Empat Pulo Tiga, Empat Pulo Empat Empat Empat.
Empad though. Side Shock? Sleep Talk sounds dangerous. Imagine you just sleep in the field with your Pokemon and all of a sudden everything's on fire. Sounds about right. Dragon Tail looks good, but it doesn't feel strong anymore. Nightshade inflicts damage equal to the user's level. That's not that good, isn't it? Makes a swift attack on the target's legs. Oh, a ground type for Hexorus? You know what? Yeah, I don't want to look at this now. Let's check out Hexorus. Because Hexorus moveset is all dragon. I mean, Breaking Swipe, Dragon Pulse is not good for Hexorus, to be honest. I think I could change out False Swipe now that I have Quick Ball. Excellent TM. Protect, Law Kick, Trail Blow. Whoa. Facade. This move's power is double if the user is poisoned, burned, or paralyzed. Oh! Double. 140? Oh shit. Attack never misses. Aerial Ace. Snarl. The user yells as if it's ranting about something, which lowers the SP attack of opposing Pokemon. Rockdom, Fling, Dragon Tail, Endure, Rain Dance, Shadow Claw, Stomping Tantrum. Is there Earthquake? There is Earthquake. Strikes every Pokemon around it. I think I'm gonna give Earthquake for Hexorus. Why? Hexorus is Mold Breaker, and I heard that Mold Breaker allows you to attack flying type with ground type moves, which is like super effective, I think. Is it? Or is it not very effective? Because I broke the mold. Like, what did the move do and such? Maybe there's an upside me could spot. Oh shit, I forgot what I said. I forgot. I suck, I'm sorry. I forgot what I said. Change out Dragon Pulse because... yeah, Hexorus is no SP attack. You want to forget Full Swipe and learn Earthquake? Sure. I don't need Full Swipe for now. I can always make Full Swipe or I have 2 more Full Swipe up there. Close Combat? Oh, Close Combat though. How about that? I leave one SP attack for Hexorus. You never know when people are gonna use counter, especially fighting against someone who's like a fighting type. You should be able to hit levitating once with Mold Breaker. Yeah, but it's just normal damage, right? It's not gonna be super effective or not very effective. Can I mean, Venoshock is cool. Acid Spray is not that strong. Shadow Claw, you need SP attack. Gunk Shot, that's physical. Slush Bomb? Oh, this might be it. What counter? What's not missing have to do with counter? Oh, I mean, for Hexorus, it's all attack. It's all physical attack, right? So if I hit them with physical attack, they can counter my attack, and I'll definitely die because too much power. If they didn't die, that is. Like if I didn't kill them and then they counter me back, I would definitely die because too much power. But if I use Dragon Pulse, which is like his SP attack, they cannot counter me. So I can play with that a little bit. Overheat? Nah, I'll change to Sludge Bomb. I kinda want Toxic. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah, let's do it, Settle. Yeah, Dragon Pulse, not Aerial Ace. Kid. Oh, look at Garchomp. Garchomp. Four different type moves. Can't keep up if you're scrolling. It's okay. I just like to... I guess I talk a little bit fast sometimes, so... sorry about that. Or maybe I'm just speaking gibberish most of the time as well. Alright, going in. Hi. Hello, Droxen. So this is it. You've decided to face the Pokemon League. The final test you must pass to become a champion. Sorry about my chair noises. Is held here in this building. I wish you the best of luck from the bottom of my heart, Droxen. I look forward to meeting you again soon. I don't know, they feel pretty strong. I don't even know if level 60 above is like good. What's just that you were looking at Aerial Ace in the time, so I was confused. Here comes the farming of money. I mean, I already have like 300,000. Hi, let me in. Are you ready to face the Pokemon League's champion assessment? Yeah, let's do it. Droxen from Naranja Academy. You have total 8 gym badges. Very well, you may now proceed to the interview room. That's an interview? God, my hands are freezing. Why am I doing why is there interview? What the fuck? This is too formal. Help. Hi. Thank you for coming today. Please do have a seat. It's too formal. My hands are freezing. There's no turning back now. Sure, alright. Rika will be your interviewer. Let's get started with the first portion of the champion assessment. We begin with the interview. First things first, let me see how many gym badges you have. The person outside needs to check if I have 8 gym badges or not. You don't need to check it twice. If people doesn't have 8 gym badges, they cannot come in. Do you know how that works? This pisses me off so much. It's additional useless procedure. Okay. God damn it. Excellent. You have yeah, no shit. God damn it. This makes me mad. Next, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Please think carefully, as you may automatically fail the interview depending on your answers. Oh, fuck. Let's begin. How did you get here today? I rode on my Pokemon. Very good, very good. Please tell me the name of the school you are enrolled in. Naranja Academy. Ah, that's right. So, what brings you to the Pokemon League today? Just for fun, I guess. I came to become a champion. Yes, indeed. Why else would you be here, I suppose? Now, what do you intend to do if and when you become a champion? I want to battle Nemona. Honestly, that's why I'm here. What if they knock the guard outside out? Valid check. They can let their Pokemon just yeet the guard into the sun? The guard should be stronger than that. It's the Pokemon League. They should be like level 3000 Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Reshiram, Zekrom, and Koraidon outside. It's like, look at you, and then the JoJo music plays like ay 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 ay, and then you just die. You know, if you try to get in without 8 badges, they will fucking punch the shit out of you. You know, they're guards for a reason. They're supposed to be strong. I want to battle Nemona. I see. Interesting. Tell me, which of the 8 gyms gave you the most difficulty? Fuck, which one is fairy? There's no fairy type, but I think Cortondo is... I don't remember. Tarzan is... I don't remember. Cascafara is... water. Levincia is... electric. Medali is normal. Glacido is ice. Montenevera is I don't remember. And Alfornada is I don't remember. I have the most trouble with Glacido because they are ice types. Where's the non-option? Yeah, I see. And what was the name of the gym leader you faced there? Grusha. It's Grusha. I know, man. Fucking Grusha is tough. But do you remember which type of Pokemon Grusha? Of course! They're using ice! Because I'm so afraid of ice type. Jesus, I'm using dragon type. Wonderful. Building the skills needed for the champion assessment is no small feat. You must have met a lot of Pokemon to get here, Droxen. Yeah. What was the category of the Pokemon you chose to be your first partner? The Fire Croc Pokemon. Huecoco #1. Now, please forgive me, but I'm going to repeat a previous question. Remind me, what do you intend to do if and when you become a champion? I want to battle Nemona. Ah, yes, that's right. Next is the final question for this interview. Do you like Pokemon? Oh, fuck yes, dude. Why do you think I'm playing this game? Good job, kiddo. That about wraps up the interview. Does the quiz serve any purpose? Like, do they kick you out of some answers or anything? They say some answers, if you some answers does allow them to just end the interview immediately. They say. Does it get loot? I don't think so. I think yes. It checks some knowledge which you can think of as useless, and I think some answers influence the fights after. Whoa! Wait, so if I choose ice, are they gonna all use like dragon type, ice type, and fairy type? Oh fuck! Oh shit! Please don't let it be that way. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Give me a few seconds. I guess I have some good memory, huh? A little bit of good memory, I guess. Some will throw you out on the spot. Whoa, shit. So I was right. I've seen 2.5 playthroughs, so not myself. It gives some sort of a loot shortcut? Have it any time? Fair. Pokemon is a very time-consuming game. Very, very. Rox is stinky. And let me be the first to congratulate you, Droxen. You've just passed the first part of the champion assessment. Wow, shocker. Woohoo, celebration. Beep, beep. On your first try too, no less. Don't think anyone's done that since Nemona. Delicious memory check. But anyway, time to switch gears and get ready for the next segment. The second segment is what we call the Elite Test. And you'll be facing the Elite Four in Pokemon Battle. I guess that's pretty obvious from the name of the test, huh? Anyway, we are the best the league has to offer. You'll be facing us 4 in a row, no turning back. This won't be a cakewalk, I promise you that. Make sure you're all ready, then go into the room behind me. I forgot to buy all revives. Can I go back and buy revives? Fuck, I cannot buy revive! I forgot to buy revive! Oh no! Pure skill, baby. Who needs revive when you have skill? You know what? Hey, who needs to level up? Hey, Garchomp, I think you need to be stronger. Let's go. Okay, let me establish like one. No revives, no healing. Yes, revives. Pacifist run. Okay, here are some rules that I'm gonna be putting for myself a little bit as like the trainer battles. So like as always, trainer battles, when battling trainers, I will not use items unless they do. I don't know if they use items or not, but I remember back then, Elite Four use items. So if they use item, I use. If they don't use, I'll never use items, even if I lose. Okay? But if I'm not battling, I can heal them to the max. And I guess that's about it, right? That's what I'm going for. It gives like nothing. What? 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 Huh? More defense? Why did this say no effect? What? Oh. Huh? Oh, huh? Alright. I guess I can give it all for Hexers. I'll give some for you. Who's slow again? The Hexers is slow, right? There we go. This should be okay. Held by a Pokemon, it restores the lowered stat in battle, but only once. Huh. Okay, let me check the items. Dragon Claw, Shell Bell, Sand, Muscle Band, Sooth Bell. I think it's time to change out the Sooth Bell. Oh, I don't have any more Dragon Fang. Maybe I should change. Like, no Dragon Fang for... Protects the holder from having its stat lowered by moves used against it, or by other Pokemon's abilities. Oh. Equip everyone with items that hurt opponent when they hit you and go tanking pacifist style. I only have one Rocky Helmet. These are EV drinks. You get EV also from battle, like 252 or something EV per stat. For EV grants a Pokemon a +1 in, say, defense. If you beat up a Pokemon, it gives something like example 3 special attack EV. These drinks grants EV in item form. That's why they are already maxed out for some. Holy shit, that is so... Oh my god. Alright. I should change this one. Jichak needs to change. Jichak cannot hold Dragon Fang. Additional effects of moves. Punching moves and prevent direct contact with targets. I feel like Clear Amulet's pretty good. Leftovers? Quick Claw? You're already fast as fuck. Rock type. Rocky Helmet? I mean, Cyclizar is not as tanky, but I guess I can do it. Yeah, sure. And then I'll give Dragon Fang to Mamadurg. You know, all this preparation. If I lose this one, I have to repair. I have to prepare again. Where's Dragon Fang? Yeah. All right, there we go. No saving. Here we go. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, this is hype. Hi. Are you gonna fight me first? Oh shit. Alright, okay. There are a total of 510 EV a Pokemon can have, and it caps at 255, which means it can grant an extra 63 max stat points per stat. Though your casual playthrough likely has those bonus stats all over the place. Probably. Now then, let's get this started, eh? Let good old Rika be the first of the Elite Four to take you on. I'll say I'll go easy on you, but I'll be lying. Think fast. Oh shit, here we go. Go, Chicha! I finally get to battle you. I've been looking forward to this, so don't you give up too soon. Oh, you know I won't. Shit, the music's hype. Oh, Chicha, let's go! Woohoo! Is it because I answered Ice type? They're just using Ice type now? What a little shit. Donphan? Donphan is Steel type, I think. Oh! I'll try Dragon Rush. Please work. Nah! Why would you miss? I'm dead. Woo! You like Earthquake, don't you? But you're a Rock type. Is it ground and Steel type? It could have Rock type moves. If I bring in Bad Dirk, I'm gonna die. Yeah, everything's just effective. They probably have a lot of... They feel like very tough. So I'm bringing in SP attack. Here comes SP attack! Dragon Datsu! Oh god, that's not painful. Baby, you have to shoot harder! Ooh, okay. Wait, RPG that stuff. Some allow you to answer stuff like, I'm afraid of healing items, and then you get a single rule of healing items as your opposition. Duck Trio, another ground type? Yeah, one tough thing with Elite Four is that I don't know what type they're gonna use, which is like way harder. But then again, I do. Oh! Mama Dirk is pissed! Don't you dare touch her kid. She'll kill you. The Dragon Datsu. Dragon Fang! Oh, Dragon Fang, let's go! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Cloudsire? Oh, is this Quagmire? Impressive, Fury as something else, kiddo. I really am, huh? So, Rika is ground type. Oh, that is so. Wait a minute, that is so. That is so fucking cute. That's Cloudsire? It's just a blob of mud. That is so cute. Can't look at it, can't look at it. Oh. Oh my god. It's just a fucking mud. Oh my god, Cloudsire. Oh my god. Why are you so adorable? Let's finish this. Go on, Cloudsire. Shake things up a bit. Oh yeah, you're gonna terrorize? No? Yes? Oh, okay. Oh, look at it! Oh my god! Cloudsire! I didn't know that's how you like. That's how you... Oh shit. No. Don't touch a kid, launches child. Looks like a tiny well-lord with some additional body parts. Kinda. Very French shaped, you're right. Let's go. You don't use Protect twice in a row? Hey. It's a giant mushroom. It's so adorable. Dolagon Pulse. Oh, that's right, baby. Oh, I'm strong. Let's go! That's the first one. Dude, Dragon Bolt is so strong. Not bad, kiddo. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, Clodsire is so friend-shaped. Talk about unfair. No way was I ever gonna win that one. Still though, what a great battle. Felt good even to lose. Not a whole lot of trainers have the skill to make it past the elite test, but who knows? I'm beginning to think you might be one of the few that do, Droxen. Better stay on your toes though, the second of Elite 4 is stronger than me. You're up next, Squirt, come on out. Coming! Squirt. Wonder what it tastes like, don't eat. Oh wow, did you lose, Rika? Yeah, I did. He's no pushover, let me tell you. I'll be watching from the side. Avenge me if you can, eh? You bet I will. Can I not heal? Okay. I can heal. Oh, wait. The Dragon Dart PP is almost over. No, Roxas already established this rule where I can heal after battle ends. Time to use Ether then. Oh, Ether. There we go. I think this should be okay. Yeah, all the moves are okay. So they just all come to the same instead of you walking around? That sounds... that feels good, honestly. Alright, let's fight. Chichak first. Poppy? Yeah. It's so cool you made it this far, but this is for you to say bye-bye, mister. All my Pokemon are super tough. Your weak attacks won't work on them at all. They'll bounce right off, you see. I can't wait for you to meet my friends, so here they come. Bounce right off? Are they steel types? Fuck. They might be steel types. Yeah, god fucking damn it, man. No, why is a steel type? All good. Look, Chichak can take this, it's fine. Chichak can take this, it's fine. Oh, that's a fairy type move. What the fuck? That's right, I have a rocky helmet. Flinch? Oh, let's go. Get flinched, buddy. Do it again. Yeah. Oh, easy. Good job, Chichak. You're the best. Corvi Knight? Yep, it is under steel type. But, I'm not changing. Pressure? Fuck, my PP! Dragon Rush! God! Boom. God damn it, it's all not very effective. Oh, bye-bye. Oh! What the fuck? Chichak, tough it out so you will feel sad. Now I feel sad. Chichak, it's fine. No. Oh, it's so close. It's fine. It's okay. Good job, Chichak. You're the best. Look at that. Chichak did good. Oh, it didn't say. Praise the ING. Why you not switch Pokemon abuse? No. Because this entire team is weak to that. My team is all Dragon type. As in the trainer he in game. Ah, good. Oh, fucking sturdy, I forgot! I'm dead. Oh, okay, good. I'm not dead yet. This is bad for Salazar though, because they now not afraid of SP attacks. Bronzong is Steel and Ghost? Is it afraid of Ghost type then? Oh, is it afraid of Dark? I don't think so. I don't... Bronzong is just pure Steel, I think. I'm gonna let Salazar fight. Dark bad? Oh! I can actually Toxic Bronzong if I want to. Alright, one more. Oh! I'm dead! God. Alright, it's fine. You like that, huh? Earthquake, huh? Oh, Dark, good, alright. Eat! I know it's not painful. Flinch, flinch, flinch. No! I'm dead. Oh, are you not afraid of Psychic? Let's go eat! That's good dinner. Nice, no more next screen. Tinkaton? That's a fucking fairy type, isn't it? Right, here we go. I'm not scared my last Pokemon will turn things around. As if. I can bite the shit out of you. If not bite, I'll crunch the shit out of you. That's a huge bonk. Oh no, he breaks the mold? Oh fuck. Bite him! So get dressed up all pretty tinky. Alright, okay, okay, Now it's pure Steel type. Ah, I forgot it's pure Steel type. Woo! I could cheese it out. Wanna cheese? I'll try Air Strike until it keeps flinching. Flinch. 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 Oh! Let's go. Get flinch, bitch. Cheese it out. Flinch. Flinch. Come on. Chant. Flinch. 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 No! That was dumb. That was dumb. Salazar's dead. Steel type. Salazar can poison because Salazar has corrosion. The Pokemon can poison the target even if it's a steel or poison type. Throw Salazar in. I mean, Salazar is toxic, but Salazar is dead. Well, fainted. Dragon Darts? Outrage? They look pretty strong. I feel like none attack. I feel like SP attack would work well against this. Dinkaton looks very physical. Yep. Even though not very effective, that's pretty painful. Steelheart Pokemon always get a solid victory, so I'm gonna win. Sure. Oh, what is that? Help. Whoa! Holy shit! That is actually scary. That's a fucking critical hit as well. Holy shit! All right, no fear, all good. Yay! Mama. Such a useful ability on a Glassmon. Very useful. It's so going to store steel types, yeah. I would take revenge on you, Rika. Pretty sure you mean take revenge for me, Squirt. Don't think I did anything wrong by you. Hate to say it, but you lost, Poppy. Better call the next guy. Oh, that's right. I haven't had to do this in a long time. It's your turn, Mr. Larry. What? What? Wait, aren't you the medallion? Are you Elite 4 as well? You're so fucking busy. Oh god, I fucking love you, Larry. Hi. Oh my god, it's Larry again. Oh shit, this is so fucking funny. Okay, who's... Is PP all good? Oh. Okay, all still looks good. It's just Chicha needs to use Ether on Dragon Rush. Alright, all good. Larry, the man of the hour, the legend of action. You're joining healing items? I didn't even buy much of them. I mean, I did buy some of them, but not a heck lot. So what, Larry's gonna be normal type again? I don't have fighting type, but I can do a sheer power of sheer battle of power, I guess. Here we go. Oh, I fucking love you, Larry. Yeah, there's a lot lying around the world, because the Pokeballs will actually just keep respawn every day, so it's pretty good. Watch him beat the legendary type. I would love that. So you made it this far. I serve as a member of Elite 4 too, yes, unfortunately for me. Poor Larry! At my gym, I use normal type Pokemon since I feel they have a lot of common in me. A lot in common with me, but well, the boss told me to use a different type here. So if you have any complaints, please take them out to La Primera. Thanks, Larry. Oh my god, you're the best character ever. God. You got this, Larry. Yeah, let's go, Larry. Get that serious face on. Oh shit. He took out the other briefcase. Oh shit. Tropius? Are you a grass type? Well, I'll be trying my hand with flying type. Oh shit. Flying type. So it'll be even for us then. Alright, so this is the battle of sheer power then. Let's see what I can do. Oh, he's playing still at the table. True. True, very true. Dragon Rushu! Hyot! Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Okay, it's not that painful. You know what? You can do it again, little shit. No, I'm not gonna do it. Spin! Alright, good job, Chichak. Staraptor? Oh, good. I'm faster than Staraptor currently. Ah, oh, fuck. Okay, that nullifies it then. Dragon Rushu! Yacht! Flinch? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, god, it's a normal type. All good, all good. Chichak did very nice. You want to be a battle speed or some shit? Yeah, it's a normal type. Yeah, let's be a battle speed then. What the starter actually do? Me never understood it. Like, it's kind of fast and kind of hits physical, but it confuses me. I don't know. Eat him. That's right, I'm faster. I'm Noivern. Altaria? Oh my god! Altaria? Dude, I need to kill Altaria very fast. You have Dragon Pulse? I don't think one Dragon Force is gonna kill it, but I'll keep Noivern in. That's very scary. Here we go. Yep, I was right. Oh no, that's 4 times. Woo! Okay, all good, all good. I have speed, I have speed. Oricorio? Is that the bird? I think that's the bird, right? The dancing bird. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna roost. How about that? Yeah, you don't look like the attacking type. I was wrong. I am very. Oh, thank God. Everyone has ice move. It's insane. Oh my God. Oh. Gonna bite it. Flinch? No! Oh shit! Ooh. You know what? If I roost, it's gonna lose the damage a little bit. Yeah, keep doing icy wind, oh shit. Wait, why am I slower? It's fine. I don't know why I was slower, that's weird. Let's go Salazar. Let's go Limzard. Limzard, Limzard. Blowtorch. Yeah. We're eating KFC tonight. Let's go KFC. Flamingo. Oh shit. Yeah, let's do it. You're even stronger than before. Guess I don't get a break today. Yeah, you don't. Sorry, Larry. Hey, you know what? Here. Extra crispy. At the risk of messing up my suit a bit, it's time to get serious. You got this, Larry. Roost didn't work? Yeah. Can't actually see it. Can't currently see it, but I'm recognize the shout. It's the one that can be yellow, red and all. Hehe. I would advise to stay on your toes because I'm about to scatter you to the wind. Oh, Larry, please don't! Oh my god! No, Larry! Oh! Holy shit, man. God, the damage. Oh my god, Larry, you're so scary. Slush Bomb. No. Salazar still dead. Recoil didn't kill, but poison kills. Salazar still did it. You go, Limser, you go, girl. Oh my god. Very nice. Yeah. Sorry, Larry. Wow, that took the wind from under our wings. God, Larry's so hype. You're a lot stronger than I recall. No wonder La Primera likes you. Now then, I suppose the final member of the Elite Four is next. It's your turn, Hassel. Leaving like Larry. Now, where could he be? I don't think he heard you, Larry. Come on in, Hassel. Larry, you may need to speak up just a little bit more. Larry is me by in a suit. Larry is all of us. Hassel? Thanks, Rika, thanks. Hassel, you're up next! Dude, that's a fast reaction. That's almost just frame. Hello there, Droxen. It delights me to see you here. As for you, Larry, I see you made Rika do the shouting again, The side eye. Don't worry, Larry. Don't worry, Larry. Larry. It's actually going way better than I thought, to be honest. So far, I haven't brought out Shark Dirk, Knife Dirk. I feel like my ace is actually Knife Dirk, because Outrage is just way too strong. Yeah, Outrage is way too strong. Oh, that's Dragon Claw. Dragon Dance? Wait, since when you have the since when you have Dragon Dance, you didn't tell me. Yes, yes, Dragon Dance right now, please and thank you. I don't even need to ask for your. Well, I'm putting Hexorus first. Yeah, the learn move list, but I didn't see that. I don't see he's trying to learn. I don't see Hexorus trying to learn Dragon Dance before. Yeah, at least they can remember anytime. That's good. Hi, Saturn. It's very non-breeding moves the Pokemon can have by that level. Probably. Alright, here we go. The last one on Elite Four, I think. I'm bringing Hexorus first. This might be the end of me, but I'll try. How are you? Doing good, doing good. Still playing the Elite Four. Having fun, having a lot of fun. I was, of course, absolutely certain you would make it to me eventually. Young sprouts truly do grow with astounding speed, yes. But I never for a moment imagined we would be facing each other so soon. Now, a teacher's duty is to guide students and aid their growth. But I think I shall forget about my role as a teacher for a moment. I'll kill you. Oh, sorry. And with all my might for the sole purpose of defeating you. I am Hassel the... No, no way, no fucking way. No, no. Oh no. You're the dragon type? Oh. Hexorus is gonna die. Hexorus has no speed. Well, all good, I guess. There can be only one Dragon Guardian. It's gonna be me! Curse you, Hassel! The dragon, I got the dragons and the dragon guard me because I'm a kobold. So, hey, be sure to give shinies. I feel like shit right now. God. Sorry about that, man. Prepare to learn firsthand how the fiery breath of ferocious battle feels. Oh, if you're using dragon type, then yeah. Should have guessed, honestly. That bitch, that actual bitch actually used Noivern at... I cannot Dragon Dance now. No, I'm gonna do Dragon Dance once. I think I can survive once. Oh, okay, good. This is so good, actually. I might have enough speed. I might have enough speed. If not, I'm dead. This is... Oh my god. Please have enough speed. Oh, let's go! You dead, bitch. You dead. Hexorus is actually faster than Noivern. I cannot believe it. Get him! Yeah! Let's go, outrage. Dragalg? That's a new one. I know it's gonna get is it confused? Oh, shit, I didn't see it. No, Hexorus is not confused. It's a first tree turn? Let's go. Oh, it's a Kelpdirk. Oh my god. Yeah. Poison point? Yeah. At least no poison point. Oh, Hexorus. Yeah, that move's still confusion. After 2 or 3 turns, but this is the first 3 turns I ever get. Do I bet? You know what? I'm switching out. It's Hexorus. Hexorus is no SP defense, right? Hey, Mama Dirk. Now it's your turn. Good job, Knife Dirk. My ace worked. the Dragon Dance actually worked, holy shit. It's such a good move. It's such a good move. Dragon Dartsu. Let's go. Dragon Fang, baby. Also, it kind of pains me to kill all these dragons. Excalibur? Ooh. That's an ice one, right? Ice and Dragon is so good though. Only a little more until you pass. Don't let up! Alright, I won't. You've been you got one shot by every single... It's fine. It looks kinda cute. Dragon Dartsu! Come, oh great dragon. Take a Terra Jewel as your crown? Hell yeah, man. Give it to me, please. Dragon. Let's go, I win. Yeah. Yeah. It's so good. Actually the easiest one, I cannot believe it. All because of the dragon dance worked out. The mighty dragon has been felled by another mighty dragon. Rakja? You really did it. Of course. I cannot believe the last one is dragon type. If it's a battle of dragons, then it's gonna be like a battle of speed. You got a whole team of dragons. Yee! You knocked over 50% of the opponent's team but got confused. Was it truly worth it? Yeah, very. I didn't lose a single one. I shouldn't have gone to that splav last night, huh? Even though Sea River? I don't know. Nightclub on the river. Ooh, never knew that. GG on your dragon smushin'. Swashin'? Swashin'? Oh wow. Thanks, Larry. Huh. Larry, huh, I didn't. Wonderful! I'm so proud of you. Oh, Hassel. Oh, Grandpa Hassel. Oh. I love this Elite Four. So good. No, let your emotions out, man. It's healthy. Sorry about this, Droxen. The old man can get like that sometimes. So what I do? She's so overwhelmed. Oh, Hassel. Guess I got to do the talking. Anyway, your result for the elite test for the champion assessment is passed. No doubt about it. Yeah, you're tougher than steel. Yep. Thanks, Larry. You're the best. You did beautifully. Congratulations. I'd say you're good to go, but there's actually just a wee bit more to the champion assessment. This will be your final trial. See the door back there? Our fearless commander, the final opponent you will face for your test, is waiting beyond it. Her skills are so amazing she was able to strong-arm all of us into joining the Elite Four. You won't find a mightier champion. Though I think you do fine, kiddo. You beat me after all. I'll pitch out your team on the house, so don't lose, you hear? Oh, thank you. I read up your Pokemon, mister. So I cheer for you as hard as I can. Thanks, Poppy. Thanks, Larry. Even a baby dragon can breathe fire! Oh, whoa, guess you got over your sobs, huh? You can do this. We all know you can. Of course. Thanks, Larry. Now go, young Droxen. Your hands may be small, but let them seize a great victory. Thanks, Hassel. Hi, Larry. Good luck. Hurry, Renhar. He really focused on your being young and small. Yeah. I mean, I am small. Only if I'm young. Thanks, Hassel. Warn us the next time we go so hard. Alright, let's go with the default Chichak first. Alright, here we go. I always go for Chichak first because I think a normal type is always like the very good 50, like a very good middle point to start with. You never know what type they're gonna be, so normal seems to be in the very middle ground. Unless they use fighting type, then I'll shit my pants then. Here we go, the champion. Now it's time to challenge the Cassiopeia something name, or right after. I think this one is the final one. Here we go, La Primera. Welcome, Droxen. Gita. It gives me great joy that you've managed to make it all the way to the pinnacle of the Pokemon League. The final test is the battle against me, the top champion. To pass, all you need to do is win. But before we get started, I should apologize for one thing. You see, I have a trait that some might say is inappropriate for the league chairwoman. I am utterly incapable of holding back when it comes to Pokemon battles. Hey, all good. Maybe that's why nobody passed this test recently. It's a bit of a problem, to be honest. But you might manage something wonderful like Champion Nemona did. Are you ready for your final test? I want to see the true measure of your talent. Oh shit, here we go! Oh, hype! Oh, music is going in. I do hope you can defeat me and become a champion yourself. Alright. Gonna try my best. Go, Chicha! Go! Chicha! Cheer! Woo! You got this, Chicha! Fuck. What the? Hey! No, fuck. Oh shit. Oh, thank god you used SP attack. You're not one to let something so insignificant fluster you. No, I already been flustered. Dragon Rushu! Here? Let's go. Good job, Chicha, good job. Go, go. I'm not gonna change. I'm keeping my shift gear buff. Dragon Rushu! Here? Oh! Wait, everyone has fairy type! God damn it! Everyone has fairy type move, are you kidding? You have Dazzling Gleam, and then this one is Play Rough? Fucking hell! Alright, here we go, Bad Dirk, you got this. Yo, got this! Veluza? That's a fish, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Bites! Eat fish! Ooh, that's good damage. Yes, that was a correct decision in the situation. Please continue. Veluza fishy. Oh. That deserves a standing ovation. Thanks, Kita. Oh my god. Can you flinch? Oh, nice. Gonna go work. Have a wonderful stream. Hope you get all the shinies. Thank you, Legs. Good luck with work. Appreciate you stopping by. Everluke. Ice type. God, I can't. Why do I feel like everyone has fairy type and ice type moves? It's not just me, right? I got every single move that I got hit is all super effective. Right? You can check back the VOD afterwards. Every single move from Elite 4 is all ice type moves. That's fucked. God damn it. I personally think the post game in this game is integral. The Elite 4 are just going through the motions, I guess. But then again, I have very little idea about Pokemon, so what do I know? Honestly, I don't know too. My knowledge for Pokemon stops at Black 2. Air Slasher! Whoa. Flinch? Flinch? Pretty please, pretty please. I'm asking nicely. I tried. I have an idea. I'm bringing in Knife Dirk. I have an idea. Watch this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Dragon Dance at first. They're gonna do Avalanche. Avalanche will not kill me because I did not hit them. Look at this. I'm telling you. This is the huge read. Unless it kills me immediately then. it's a bit of a problem. Look at that, it didn't do double damage because I didn't kill it, because I didn't hit it. Breaking swipe, get him. Ugh. The taste of Rakja is good, being drunk is not good. Being drunk sounds tiring. King Gambit? That's not a fairy type, isn't it? I hope not. But if it is, then... Okay, it doesn't look like a fairy type. Supreme Overlord? Gain strength for the fallen? What does that even mean? Outrage. I'm mad! Huh? Oh fuck, are you a steel type? Kowtow Cliff? Oh, thank you! Holy shit! Let's go! Hexorus OP. Hexorus tough enough for me. It's okay, Hexorus, you did good. Glamora. Don't know what that is. Sounds like a fairy type Pokemon. By the way, it's pronounced Raya. Raya? Raya. I think I pronounced it right. For experience, being drunk feels identical to being severely tired. For real? Huh. Alright, Limzard, you're up. You got this, Limzard. Rakia. Oh, Rakia. Don't think you've won just yet. Nah, I haven't think about that like at all. What is your type again? Oh shit, is it rock type? I think it's actually rock type. Oh god. Toxic! I got this. That is a ground type, isn't it? No. That's a rock type. Let's go, Toxic! Thank you, Limzard, you did good. Oh my god. Oh, you did good, Limzard. I still have a chance, They're getting poisoned. I'm bringing Knife Dirk. I think I can be faster than this thing. I'm gonna bet on Outrage. Yo, let's go. Free. Okay, free. Even if it didn't die, it's free. It's fine. That's a bit of a problem because now every time a Pokemon get in, they're gonna get poisoned. Unless it's Marmaduke. Marmaduke is floating, is it? Try it. I mean, Marmaduke's been in. You know what? I cannot just leave Sharkduck behind. Hey, Sharkduck, go have fun. Get in there, have fun. Bug, sorry. Okay, it's her last Pokemon. Dragon Claw! Eat this! Yep. Nice. This ability is actually very scary. Toxic Debris is so strong. Like, imagine if they put this Pokemon at first, I might lose immediately. Because whenever I hit them, they leave poison spikes all around. And having that on first round after getting hit is so strong. You go beyond my imagination so easily. We did it! Elite 4, easy. Oh, actually, champion, easy. Dragon type OP. Such overwhelming power. Such amazing skill.
Yay yay, yip yip
Yay,
hooray.
yay.
You won and got some pocket change out of the battle's Godro Bongo.
Yeah, I got some shiny. I win the big badge. I defeated everyone. I'm the best kobold out there. It seems Paldea has gained another wonderful trainer to be proud of. Congratulations, it's my honor to call you Champion Droxen. Oh, that feels good. Congratulations, right, now I can really say you're good to go. You did it, mister. Congratulations. Thanks, Larry, you're the best. The magic cracker holding the ball. Oh, hassle. Gosh, I love the character development in this game. Like, the character personality, good. But instead of chipping away health, it does toxic everywhere. Terrible if your opponent heals from poison. True, though. But then again, it would be bad for me since I don't heal from poison. The only thing I can do is just bring in Salazar and hopefully just sweep them. Like, if that's the case, if they just put in whatever that Pokemon is. I forgot. You Pokemon trainers are the treasure of Paldea. And amid that treasure, champions are the jewels that shine brightest. Champion Droxen, it is now your duty to set an example for all of the trainers of Paldea. Now allow me to walk you back to the entrance. I'm certain you'll find a familiar face awaiting you. Nemona? Do I fight Nemona now? With her real team? Oh, that would be so fucking hype though. Nemona! Oh man, I can tell just looking at you, you did it, right? You became a champion? No. Can I say no? I want to say no just for the heck of it. You got jokes, but seriously, you did become a champion, right? Yeah. I knew all along. I got word from La Primera when you cleared the elite test. Oh man, Droxen, I'm a champion and now you're a champion. Which means we're true equals, you and me, both champion ranked trainers. This is amazing. Now that you've made it here, I got one thing to say. Let's you and me be best rivals for life. Yes. Yes, Tomaya! Alright, you know what rivals do? Battle their absolute hearts out. I was waiting for this. Going to fuck to sleep with my... Alright. Go sleep, go sleep. I'm glad Nemona didn't get into boxing. She'll be terrifying with her motivation. Yeah, true. But then, like I said, I believe I said this before, but Nemona is like, to me, the best rival character in any Pokemon ever. So much personality. And so nice too. Like, Nemona is already champion when we first met, but then Nemona is just like, oh, I see potential in you, and I'm just gonna like rerun the whole 8 gyms just to be with you on equal grounds and bring you through like the whole journey again. Just the fact that Nemona willing to do that for us is so cool. Which is why I like Nemona so much. I'm gonna hit you with everything this time, you ready? Do wait a moment, Champion Nemona. Huh? What's the matter, Primera? The champion assessment has only just ended. I believe arrest is in order for Champion Droxen, Cyclizar, and the others. The champions must be understanding towards the opponents. Ah, right. There I go, getting overexcited again. Sorry. Droxen and Cyclizar. Cyclizar. I should have put Salazar on the first. Also, I also must ask, is this roadside really the setting you two want for the first battle as true equals and rivals? Now that you mention it, that's a good point. In that case, can we use one of the Pokemon League battle courts? Surely there's somewhere more fitting. A place for a special meaning for the two of you, perhaps. Special meaning, huh? Let me see. Anywhere lead to mine, Droxen? I get to choose? Out behind your house? Out behind your house? Let's go. We're gonna fight out behind your house, Nemona. I think the writing in this whole game is just great. Technically, improvable, but characters are story, good. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not the best, but in comparison with the other Pokemon writings, this one is actually really fucking good. Right? Again, in comparison with the other Pokemon games. Misty has no clue what the story when, where, why, myself. It just confuses me all the time. I guess I just care about the characters, not the stories, huh? That's just me though. I don't really care about the story. I mean, there's 3 paths. There's 3 different paths. I'm okay with that. Mesa Goza is the school? The treasure eatery? I never went there. Out behind your house. This is so funny. God, it's like, we're gonna have the biggest fucking battle of our entire heckin' lives. Where do you want to fight, huh? Somewhere good? Out behind your house. Give me the backyard. Thank you very much. If I choose out behind your house, is it actually gonna be out behind your house? You know, if I choose this and the fight actually happens behind the house, I deserve it. Our beach out back, the place where we had our first battle. Oh, that was unclear. It's the beach, not backyard. But on the other hand, to me, it's just kind of my see, my backyard, a little ordinary. Any place else comes to mind? The treasure eatery. So I was right all along. There are technically 3 stories happening at the same time. Ah, yeah, I was about to say that, but I don't know how to explain it. There's 3 different paths to go. The school and the Pokemon League, Team Star, and post game that all touch at different points. Yeah, which is also pretty cool. The treasure eatery. The treasure eatery? Is it significant to the 2 of you somehow? Ah, you're thinking of it because it's got the Medali James battle core? I guess it does bring back memories of Larry. Larry may not appreciate this surprise visit. If you have any other suitable places in mind, would you prioritize them instead, please? God, the game just want me to go to Mesagoza. Mesagoza? Ooh, good call. The place where we set out on our journey. That reminds me, Droxen. Remember back when Director Clavel explained the treasure hunt? You know how he told us to go in search of our own treasure? Well, I know what treasure I got out of all of this. I found a true rival, someone who can stand up to me and my full capabilities. That's right, I mean you. I'm so glad I got to meet you, Droxen. Anyway, that being said, I'll be waiting for you at the battle court in Mesagoza Central Plaza. See you there! Right, Nemona. The respect you two share is palpable, even a bit enviable, to be honest. I am known as La Primera, but even when facing me in the final test of her champion assessment, Champion Nemona didn't reveal her full might. In you, I suspect she has found someone she can battle without holding anything back. Alright. Time? 7:16. Let's fight Nemona. And I'll do like the post-game things afterwards, because I still have Team Star thing. I still haven't fought Cassiopeia yet. So we can leave the Cassiopeia and also the Great Crater of Paldea here. It's like something that I want to there's like post-game thing here, I think. So yeah. My controller is like doing this, not me. I'm not touching anything. But yeah, let's go fight Nemona first. Meetings me forget the league being technically part of the story every time. He's just always there. I'm not saying it's bad though in any way. Yeah, my control is drifting. Yeah, we're champion now. It is. It's kind of the weakest part, but it is the most consistent through thought line and always gives something to do, so it's easy to work off of. True. Me like when it's interrupted once at the end, that was a nice change. Already? Great build quality. I mean, to be fair, I had this for a while already, so yeah. Stuff a piece of paper in there. Does that work? Alright. Let's fly back to Mesagoza. Okay, we're fighting here then. Oh my god. It's already drifting, yeah. God damn it, man. Okay, we're going from here. It's a very makeshift work. But if it works, then great. Alright, going in. There's just too much wrong in the sticks, such as no debris protection, and it's scratching its own material away. Sounds like it. Oh yeah, I should save here. A fix is to add a bit of paper behind the stick to add pressure on the metal backplate. It works most of the time, but when you're already in there, you could also just place the stick, which costs more but works longer. The debris means it collects a ton of dust inside. Oh. I'm getting hungry. Your phone can reveal your past lives to me? Yo, shit! My, I sense great depths to your past. You must have seen much in lives gone by. I can study your rotom phone to peer into past lives you lived. I call it rotometry. Care to try it? Yeah. Perhaps we best leave it alone after all. I can sense your suspicion of me. What do you mean? I was trying to... What? I'll kill you. What is that? Huh? I'm not suspicious of you until you say that. Gamepads are not meant to collect dust in the sticks, which is bad. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, so that's why we're gonna fight Nemona and probably call it a day. Oh, nice. And we'll do the things next time. Which I should mention here that I'll be resting on the 20th and the 21st of April, which is this Thursday and Friday. I will not be streaming for a little bit. Any second now. Oh, it's a cutscene. Ah, there you are, Droxen. You ready for a battle between champions? Cause all these folks here seems ready to watch. Word got around, I guess. And out of every single person gathered here, I'm the most excited by a mile. Oh, this is so hype! Holy shit, this is so fucking hype! Larry! The stage is set. It's my all-out power versus your strength in full fruition. Let's see what comes out on top. Oh! So fucking hype! Dude, that's actually cool. The music's different as well. Wow. Let's fucking go! Finally, the thing I've waited all this time for. Time to begin our greatest battle of all. Oh my god, it's a very high level Lycan Rock. Here we go. Always start with your shift gear. Oh, good dodge, good dodge. Dude, Chichak's so good. I'll abuse it by one more shift gear. Abuse! One more shift gear. Oh, that's bad. Shouldn't have abused it. I'm sorry. Alright, Dragon Thrushu! Yeah! Let's go. Do they offer free repair replacement in Malaysia too? They do here in Europe. I don't think there's any free replacement in Malaysia, hardly. I personally never got drift. Instead, I dropped my Switch on the sticks and they broke the nylon plastic inside into pieces. Also, the metal backplate bent outwards. Holy shit! That sounds tough. That sounds rough. Dragon Thrushu! Yeah? Oh, let's go. You don't even stand a chance, Nemona. A critical hit at a critical moment. That goes beyond luck. You got some kind of gift. Of course, it's Chichak. It's Chichak, dude. Chichak's the best. Dudan spars? Oh. Oh, shit. Dude, the music's fucking hype. Dragon Thrushu! Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no, wait. No. Ah, guys, defense. I had a feeling. And accuracy, that's nice. Dragon Thrushu! Yeah. What? Another crit? Dude, Nemona, your luck is terrible. Gudra? I'm good. I'm in very good hands. I'm just bullying. I'm bullying Nemona. Dragon Claw is enough. Dragon Claw! Like that. Dude, Chichak is so OP? To think I helped teach you type matchup and now you're using them to put a hurt on me? Nemona haven't touched me yet. It's the best worm! It also was a while ago, must have been only a few months. Very early for such a misfortune, and also enough for drift to not set in. We would have been one of the lucky ones who never got drift over all these years. Drift seems like a very common issue. The way I know how the Joy-Cons are built, the left one feels kinda backwards. The ribbon cables are in the way in all the wrong ways. This is bad because it's a steel type. I'm gonna bet on it flinch and hit Dragon Thrushu! Cute? This is bad. God, oh. Real hard hits? Man, it feels good to finally let loose. The first hit. Yo, let's go Rocky Helmet OP! I'm gonna Dragon Rush again, hopefully it works. No, I had a feeling. Ah, all good, all good. The Chichak did so fucking good, dude. Steel type, eh? It's fine, Limzard. That is a lot of damage. I might get one shot by this. Okay, good. At least Limzard is faster. Mioscarada, I win. I win. It's all down to this, my last Pokemon. We're gonna fight with everything we've got. I'm sorry, I'm gonna one-shot you. I'm sorry, Nemona. Unless you're gonna one-shot me as well. I am literally poison and fire. You cannot hurt me. While your Mascara is... Well, you're dark and grass, I think. God, I'm sorry, man. Let's go! Yeah? Salazo, Salazo, Limzord, Limzord. My greatest treasure! I'm shining so bright. My god, I feel bad for Nemona now. I'm faster too? God. God? Yeah. Sorry about that. Why the screen goes black like this? Is it because I cheated? Hey. Hey, where's the screen?
That was a close battle. Congrats.
It is. Why is the cat person sized? Ooh, because it's a good cat. You did it! Oh! It is legit incredible. You're the strongest out there, Droxen. Oh! GG, GG! I mean, you knocked me flat and I was giving you absolutely everything I had. Everything I... God, I love Nemona. Pokemon battling, am I right? So much better, so much more fun than I ever knew. Thanks for an incredible match. You beat me for real this time. Oh, so good. I wish this voice acting, man. God, they'll add so much more. Now let's give ourselves a minute and have a quick break. Before round 2. Oh! God, Nemona has so much Pokemon. It's not bad, right? I think the writing for this game is pretty good. We did it! Victory Road complete. That feels actually very, very good. I mean, even though I did decimate my opponents, I cannot decimate the opponent like all the way. It's kind of funny. I actually feel like my team composition here is really okay. I cannot believe it. I didn't suffer so much. I'm surprised. Or maybe I just overleveled my Pokemon, I guess. It is animated as if it was supposed to have voice acting, but it doesn't. Yeah, like for fuck's sake, Game Freak, you're like such a big company. Finding a voice actor shouldn't be this hard. And I think having voice acting on moments like that just now, like the cutscenes, at least for the cutscenes, have a little bit of voice acting there. It's gonna add so much life to your game. Not saying that I did not enjoy this game. I enjoyed it thoroughly. It's so fucking good. But it could be so much more. It could be so much more. Voice acting is for the spin-offs? Elite 4, you're a child. You are a literal child, but you won. Main series don't seem to like it. Yeah, it's sad. I don't know why they don't like it though. Is it because of budget? Or some shit? Oh, I never went to school. I forgot school exists. Who needs school, am I right? Hey, director, you want to talk to me? Director, you want to talk to me? Scratch the child part, you're always a child? Not fair enough. As a kobold, I can always be a child. Like, free. But is Pokemon gonna get the money for voice acting? It's not like it's one of the, if not the absolute biggest media in terms of money. Gosh, I don't know. It feels like Pokemon is a Game Freak, and also the Pokemon company is such a big company, and the game that they make is, I don't. There are some bad that I can like talk all day about this game. Animation wise is horrendous. Some of them, like fucking double kick, and you use a head to bump on someone, and then the kick comes out. It's like no, like I think that's and then especially when it comes to the eating part, it's so sad, right? So to me, it feels like they are using the minimal amount of money and resources to make the game. If that's the case, they could at least try to hire some like small voice actors. You know, if they're trying to budget this game, like make this game with a small budget, then try to hire some small voice actors. Like voice actors is not so very well known, you know. Give them a chance. Maybe people will find them as well. It's a good chance. Here's the list. Not guaranteed to be accurate for the dollar to the dollar, but it's there. List of highest grossing media franchises. Is the most valuable IP in the world. Pokemon? Feels like it. Yeah, Pokemon. Pokemon's #1. I'm not even surprised at this point. Yeah. It's sad, honestly. But yeah, I just sincerely wish that they'll try to add more for the game. I don't care, like if it takes like 2, 3, 4 years to make the next game. It would be great if they can spend more time polishing the game. Like I know it's a lot to ask, but like I'm not like a game maker or developer or some shit, but you could try to, you know, try to polish up everything, and especially when it comes to animations, it's a lot of work. I know there's like 1,000 Pokemons that you have to animate. If every animation needs to be different, like double kick and not using head to bump on the Pokemon, and actually has the Pokemon battle it out instead of just battling in the distance and never touch them, right? I think that's like it pulls me away from immersion, right? Like these are like the bad things that I can think of, right? I did mention a lot of good things about this game, so I guess it's only fair that I say something. Well, I'm not trying to shit on the game, that's the thing. I was trying to say some things can definitely be improved, right? Something can definitely be improved, especially in when it comes to animations. Like, that is my biggest pet peeve of all. Hire Droxen with the Dragon Champion voice. Hey, wink wonk. Hey, I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Never been a voice actor before. I'll do it. Not the most well-known voice actor, but gives her a dragon and you got excitement. Yeah. Hey, I'm a very easily pleased. Alright, I'm very easily pleased. Give me a dragon. I'll be happy. Pokemon Company says 2 games every year. Each year, every year, we have to sell merch, Yeah. They do get a lot of money out of that. There's a lot... when it comes to, like, merch selling, there's too many, like, Pokemon fans out there that just, like, blindly buy their things. Which is fair, right? Which is fair. It's totally fair. Pokemon has come to a point where whatever they release will be liked, right? Will be loved, definitely. Yeah, too big to fail. It's actually too big to fail. And you know what? I respect that. I can totally respect that. Fuck yeah, they worked hard for it. They worked so fucking hard for it. It went from like Pocket Monsters in Japanese, and then eventually releasing it to the world, and then the world just loves the shit out of every single monsters out there in the game. It's like, yeah, hell yeah, man. Really good. So I just really wish that they tried to polish most of the game and at least make the game... It's already, honestly, very enjoyable already. It's actually pretty good, right? At least, you know what? Before I shit on more, I would say, at least from my past experience, my last played Pokemon games, 5th gen, Black 2, right? From Black 2, and then I played this game, Pokemon Scarlet. So in between this and Black 2 is quite a bit of a jump. I can definitely see a big improvement in terms of Pokemon interactions, right? And only on Pokemon interactions. Animation wise, it's not bad, right? Music wise, still pretty good. They have dynamic music back on, right? And I like it. So yeah, it's definitely a huge improvement between those years. But it's just that every game is just kind of half-assed. You can kind of feel it too, right? It's not just me. So yeah, that's all I'm just gonna like talk about the critique. Is that critique? I don't think that's critique. It's just me shitting on the game. But all in all, I still enjoy this game thoroughly. It's still so fucking good. It could be more, definitely. Just kind of all the horny stuff, and you get a lively SFW performance. Hi, Spamton again. Have a renewed greeting. They stopped working hard for it, apparently, so they deserve to fucking flop for a year or two, get this shit together. You know what? True. It kind of feels that way. But we can... we say that, but it's never going to happen. Like I said, it's too big to fail at this point. It's too well known. They will not flop ever. I need it. I'm choking on the bus. Huh? Are you okay? That doesn't sound good. Are you choking? Oh, I don't know what to do. I cannot. I'm so far away. I'm virtually away. Not saying that developers don't work hard. They do what they can in the time given. True. They have to do with what they're given. It felt like people were going to let this gen flop, but nope, millions sold immediately. It's never going to happen when we as a player accept mediocre implementation of a good idea. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm the one that accepts mediocre implementations as well. But I guess I do have a fair critique to the game as well. I don't know. I don't even know if they listen to critiques. They lost me, for example. But that's like removing a sand atom from a beach planet. It's too big to fail. Too big to fail anymore. I just really wish someday they'll actually spend time and the budget to make a full-fledged, heckin' well-polished, wonderful Pokemon interactions beautiful dynamic music, and and voice acting as well, right? Just I'm hoping, fingers crossed. Right, I'm only 26. There's still like years that I'll still be in this world. Sonic Frontier's Wyvern boss is kicking my shit. Choking is a term used to describe making mistakes. Oh, choking. Oh, you mean like when it's the first to 3 and then I won 2 rounds and then I got destroyed 3 rounds. I choked. Oh, yeah, that kind of choke. Then good. As long as you're not choking in real life, that's good. A good friend of mine has been telling me of your recent exploits. You mean Clive? I'll leave the identity to your imagination. But now, lest I forget, there's another matter I would very much like your opinion on. Do you know what manner of gentleman's hairstyle is considered cool, as it were, among the youth these days? What? Giant pompadours? Let's fucking go, giant pompadours! Ball cuts? I don't know. I've never like look into cool hairstyles. I just go short. To design new Clavel's look. Oh, I choose this for Clavel. Hey, what is 2 block cuts? Bow cut? I want to see bow cut Clavel. Okay, bow cut Clavel it is. Let's go. Oh, is that so? I suppose I have indeed seen some of the Academy's male students sporting such a style. Could it be then that the Pompadour has already had its day in the sun? Perhaps I ought to consider a change of wig. Oh, he likes Pompadour. That is to say, never mind. Thank you for your insight, Master Droxen. It was most enlightening. You feel trusted by Director Clavel? Nice. They really made the boss harder in extreme difficulty? Well, they should be harder in extreme difficulty. If it's not, then it's not extreme difficulty anymore, is it? Biology lab? Biology lab? Me used to do a bowl cut as child because easy. What's a bowl cut? It's like a ball? I mean, it's a ball, I guess, but ball? I hear Pokemon. I hear... I'm not trying to leave. I'm surprised the Voltrops are not trying to explode. Hi, Jack Q. Yeah. Hello, Droxen. I see you already registered 200 species of Pokemon to your Pokédex for me. Wow, Pokemon for the mountains, Pokemon for the sea. Wait, what? No way. You even found Pokemon in a place like this? Sorry about that, I got a little excited there. My Pokemon research is moving along super duper splendidly thanks to you. You're welcome. Take this, consider it my way of saying thanks. Oh, quick balls! You are a bona fide Pokemon catching professional. I'm a Pokemon catching connoisseur. 400? Are you sure you can do it? I don't know about that. Keep tossing those Pokeballs. I'll throw it at you. Yep. You can have the yip noises. Very important. Alright, we have one more exclamation mark. Entrance Hall. Bolka? Let me look at it. Oh! Oh, that's Bolka! Okay. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. Guess where the name comes from? The bowl cut, huh? That is very bowl cut tea. Hi. Hey Droxen, sorry, were you looking for me? I've been away from the nurse's office lately. Did you need something from me? Yeah. That's a huge mouth. Are your Pokemon hurt? Just a sec. Thanks. Here you go, a little first aid. You must really be having an adventure out there, judging from those scrapes and cuts. Huh? Oh yeah, I guess it's pretty unusual for me to be out in the nurse office like this. Well, I'm actually doing a bit of studying. Thought I'll try my best at the health teacher certification exam one more time. You can do it! Just so you know, it's totally not because I'm inspired by a certain somebody working hard at the treasure hunt, okay? Wow, tsundere much? Well, maybe I am just a little bit. So, you know, thanks. Yeah, hee. Okay, maybe not tsundere. Oh, my break time's almost over. I know you'll be cheering me on, Droxen. I feel trusted by Nurse Miriam. Miami? Miriam. Me guesses it's because some put a ball over the head to cut in a straight, easy line. Sounds easy enough. Why is that book out? Types and moves too. Do you want to read it? No. I know my types and moves. Let's get out of here. I don't like schools. I'll stop here for now. I'm getting hungry. Oh, I need to be here at nighttime. Yeah, I'll do it in the next. I'll do it in the next session then. Those books made me want to press hidden switches. Same, same. I was very surprised by Chichak using Rocky Helmet though. It works so good. I mean, at least it worked well in my book. Does this game allow you to switch 12 hours like Sun and Moon? Not that I know of. Maybe if I picnic? If I picnic here? Or running a Pokemon? Oh shit. What if I picnic in the middle of school? What if I picnic here? Hey, I would have a picnic here. You guys don't mind? Best... Probably best not to host a picnic here. Oh, why, may I ask, huh? You cannot tell me what to do. You cannot tell me that I cannot picnic here. Gosh, is that how you talk to a kobold? Sorry, I'm in my rebellious... I'm in my rebellious phase. Alright, let's give it another good old save. We always like that. They just went, here's an identical parallel world, but it's different by 12 hours. I guess it's a cool concept, question mark. Okay lah, I'll stop here for today. I'm surprised the controller is still working. What's the battery? Wow, the battery didn't even die. Which don't make the most sense, but here you go, it's useful. Also, I'm still waiting for the drum to be here. I wonder if they update anything today. Let me check. No, it's still stuck there. Fuck. That's updated 14? 14? It's only 17. I need to contact them. What a bitch. Stuck in Kuching for so long. They're stuck in East Malaysia. I'm in East Malaysia. You're just gonna put it here, man. It's not that hard. God. There. I'm good. Going to bed. Alright, Spamton. Have good rest. I'll open up some music as well. It's dead silence. I don't like it. Thank yous for streaming once more. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Thank you all for being here as well. Really appreciate it. Makes me feel very happy and loved. My PC is dying somehow? I want to listen to West Province now. Pokemon SV West Province. West Providence. Yeah, this one's good. This is so good, by the way. Yeah. Test once more if they steal money automatically. They do, and I hate it. There's no way for me to stop it. Sound alerts. How to disable spam refund. They just say how to disable sound alerts. I hate it. Yip. It's just yippin'. There's nothing wrong with yippin'. Gosh. Oh. Is it just me or is Barnaby streaming a lot more lately?
Spam avoid go. Yip the sound of a kobold's bark, the yipping of kobolds, a high-pitched yelp from the kobolds, the sharp, distinctive yip of kobold speech. Kobolds communicate with a series of yips.
The sound of kobolds bark, the yipping of kobolds. The kobolds bark, I'm crying.
Shiny.
Yeah. Barnaby had a lot of subathon. Oh, the subathon is still going? Gosh, that's a long subathon. Minecraft? Ooh. Oh, Minecraft? I forgot about the thing. I looked at Barnaby play Minecraft and then my brain just like, oh, wait, I forgot about the server thing. Oh my god, I don't understand anymore. Maybe I'll not be playing Minecraft anytime soon just because nothing said about it going, but they might have made you extend your perception of its schedule. Probably. Most likely. But I want to play Deep Rock Galactic. I just realized that Deep Rock Galactic has the Cobalt mod now. Oh, I need it. Huh. I cannot log in into sound alerts anymore. Cool beans.
Hello and welcome.
Ah, cool. 69. Very nice. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Hope you're doing good. Me wish me could play. My left mouse button died. Ah? Wait, how do you even use computer if your left mouse button died? And now that my Ausbildung is over, we can't steal your mouse anymore. Steal your mouse. Free. Free. Oh, you're using laptop. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I forgot laptop exists. Yeah, nah. Today made good progress. We did all the... We finished the Team Star base. And now we just need to fight the real Cassiopeia. We finished the victory road. For real, we even battled Champion Nemona. And that feels really good. The music is good. Fuck yeah, right? I'm very happy about it. So yeah. I guess the next session I'll be going for like those Cassiopeia and also the Great Crater of Paldea then. Yeah, those stuff I'll be going for. Yeah. I guess I should just time the time. I played Battlefield on laptop with touchpad. It worked better than expected. But isn't Battlefield like a game like Gunfire Reborn where you shoot guns and kill things? Good gods, I don't even know how to play that. And I suck with a mouse. I'm just gonna plug things real quick. I'm gonna summon Bernie, alright? Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, I have a Discord and a bunch of socials. The Dying Bluebird app. The Dying Bluebird app. I don't know if Twitter actually, like, did. I don't think so anyway. But then again, I can't say for sure. I don't know. YouTube channel where I just post my
Godro big cried 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 Godro big cry.
Big cry. Oh, that works. That's not spam. Just being with my roommate while on break. Huh. I'm just gonna type in the rate to Barnaby. Yeah, that's right, Barnaby. Barn. B. Oh no. It's I am. Barn. B. Bear. Spam, but this not. It's even longer. I know, right? Gosh. Oh, maybe it's immune to emote spam, I guess? It's probably immune to... yeah, it's probably immune to heckin' emote spam. Okay, I type in the rate. Hopefully I didn't type it wrong. He's playing Minecraft. For sure. Someday, very soon, very fucking soon, I'll play Deep Rock Galactic. With the Cobalt mod, definitely, because I fucking love Cobalt. As I'm a Cobalt myself, so yeah. Can I already typed in the rate. I'm ready to rate Barnaby. So remember that I'll be taking a break on April 20th.
Question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark.
Yeah, I'll be taking a break from on April 20th and April 21st. Yeah, so I'll be back on Saturday, pretty much. I'll definitely put it on my Twitch title as well, and also I say it on Discord as well. So yeah, it's Thursday and Friday, right? Double check. Yeah, Thursday and Friday. So I'll be back on Saturday. Probably Deep Rock Galactic because I want it. So yeah, I'll definitely take a good long rest for those 2 days. Pinky will miss you, but also try to make yourself ability to sleep more than 4 hours. Yeah, I would appreciate that. I would appreciate if you sleep more as well, because I definitely need that. I don't know if I would need to sleep more, but I'll definitely do it anyway. I'll try to like calm down. Like today actually I feel much better, right? I feel much better today. Also sorry if I keep looking at the left, right? Because I have to look at the chat, which is on my left. So I'm not directly looking at you guys. Don't worry about it. Pinky stream so we get more time. Where? What do you mean stream and have more time? Isn't stream will have less time? Question mark. But I'll say on Discord, and also I'll put it as title on the Twitch so that people would not just stay here and wait for an hour before I start and shit. I mean, I don't know if people do that, but for sure some people will. But just to avoid that, I'll definitely put it as title, right? To avoid people just like waiting there. We have to be mute streaming. It's a stream still. Can I type in the rate? I'm ready to rate now. So I'm gonna go get some good rest. I'm gonna go get dinner, right? So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much, right? Know that you guys all loved, you guys all valid, you guys all very matter, very valuable. Alright, alright. And here comes the raid to Burnaby. Boop. And then more Skyrim, probably. Me thanks me too for being here. I thank you too for being here. Yeah. Which one do we do? Raid Shinies? Raid 3? 4, 5? Raid Shinies! Look at that. Non-sub raid is one thing as well, yeah. Hobos are raiding all your Shinies. Non-sub raid works. Oh, you guys can use whatever emote you guys have. This is the raid message. Make a gem nomming emote. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me put it into my notes real quick. Shit, Roxy's having a good idea. Oh. Emote ideas. Yamcha Dai post. I forgot about that. Gem nom. There. Yeah, it's a good idea. I don't think so. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Kobolds are raiding your treasure trove. Oh, give me all your shinies. Give us all your shinies. Surrender your shinies for Kobold. Thank you very much. Yeah, be safe everyone. See you guys on Saturday. Love y'all. Bye 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 bye. Much love.